Good afternoon, members. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided under Section 363(1)(a) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 15(1), the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided under Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow an amount of US dollars $833,500, the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank for the technical assistance to Julian R. Hunt Highway and Secondary Roads Improvement Preparations project to finance the cost of concerning services to prepare feasibility study and detailed designs to upgrade the Julian R. Hunt Highway and selected secondary roads to improve safety, inclusion, resilience, and efficiency. And it has interest and payable at a fixed rate of 0.75% per annum on the principal amount of the loan withdrawn and outstanding. And whereas the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive semi-annual installments payable on the first day of January and the first day of July of each year after a grace period of 2 years, be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US dollars $883,500, the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank for the technical assistance to Julian R. Hunt Highway and Secondary Roads Improvement Preparation Project to finance the cost of consultancy services to prepare feasibility study and detailed designs to upgrade the Julian R. Hunt Highway and selected secondary roads to improve safety, inclusion, resilience, and efficiency. Interest payable at a fixed rate of 0.75% per annum on the principal amount of the loan withdrawn and outstanding. The loan is repayable in 40 equal, approximate equal, or consecutive semi-annual installments payable on the first day of January and the first day of July of each year after a grace period of 2 years. Mr. Speaker, that is a pretty straightforward motion. A loan of 0.8335 US dollars, just a little less than $1 million US dollars, about 2 technical assistance to finance the preparatory studies and the detailed engineering designs for the upgrading of the Sir Julian R. Hunt Highway and selected secondary roads. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there are certain requirements that you must have when applying for loans from financial institutions. Feasibility studies must be done, and in that case, it is being done for parts for the two other sections of the highway, section 1 and 2, because work will commence on section 3, possibly by October this year, if not sooner, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, talking about the Sir Julian R. Hunt Highway, at some point the Minister of Infrastructure will inform you of work on the Shock Bridge and the general improvements, Mr. Speaker, on the road network in the country. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that the work of the ministry as far as the potholing is concerned, and some people, Mr. Speaker, want to ridicule potholing, but I saw recently that in the great city of New York, the mayor of New York, he had a big activity when he potholed the 200,000 potholes, right? When he did the 200,000 one, there was a great ceremony, etc., Mr. Speaker. So if we do that here, Mr. Speaker, all the cynics and all the critics will try to create issues and derision among us, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, straightforward, we look forward to commencement of the work on the third part in October. Work on the Shock Bridge should commence very shortly, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, just to bring you back a little bit. Remember when we were constructing the Bois d'Orange Bridge? You remember the confusion that was created for the Bois d'Orange Bridge. We heard all sorts of things about the Bois d'Orange, Mr. Speaker. Typical opposition, all sorts of rumors, all sorts of audits, inquiries, Mr. Speaker, only to find that we actually cost savings on the Bois d'Orange Bridge, Mr. Speaker. Just like the Bonte Bridge, Mr. Speaker. Again, you notice since that bridge has been built, flooding has stopped in these areas, Mr. Speaker, and these two bridges will align well with the new highway and the shock bridge, Mr. Speaker. I urge, yes, Mr. Speaker, the senior minister has just said that he understood, he remembers what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. But history has a way of proving itself, Mr. Speaker, and history always proves itself. And the people, that's what they don't like to hear. The people always have the last say. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow an amount of US dollars 833,500, the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, for the technical assistance to Julian R. Hunt Highway and Secondary Road Improvement Preparation Project to finance the cost of consultancy services to prepare a feasibility study and detailed designs to upgrade the Sir Julian R. Hunt Highway and selected secondary roads to improve safety, inclusion, resilience, and efficiency. Be it further resolved that A, interest is payable at a fixed rate of 0.75% per annum on the principal amount of the loan withdrawn and outstanding. B, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive semi-annual installments payable on the first day of January and the first day of July of each year after a grace period of 2 years. Senior Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to stand this afternoon in support of this resolution which grants the Prime Minister, the Minister for Finance, to obtain this loan of $833,500 US dollars from the CDB for the Sir Julian R. Hunt Highway. And the reason I say this, Mr. Speaker, is that there is a benefit in continuity. A benefit in continuity of maintaining the trajectory that a particular government has developed to ensure that projects are delivered to the people of St. Lucia. And who is better placed to say this but me? In that in 2021, Mr. Speaker, I recall when I became Minister for Infrastructure, and I thought it was necessary that we should continue then, under the other government, that we should continue with a number of what I believe are critical economic projects. In a number of cases, I was told that that's not necessary. We don't want to increase the jet to GDP ratio. The Castries-Grosley Highway, now the Sir Julian R. Hunt Highway, was one of those projects which I thought at the time was absolutely necessary. Because when I joined the ministry, there were ideas, there were plans, there was a vision. And the intention then of the administration, under the astute stewardship of the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, who was Minister for Infrastructure, was a vision of improving the Castries-Grosley Highway, four-lane highway, already, as he indicated, the Bois d'Orange Bridge already developed as a four-lane highway, and of course the Bonte Bridge also developed as a four-lane bridge. And to look at the secondary roads, what we call the back roads, Vieux-Sequi, Norbert, Corinth, Asu Canal, and the list goes on, to be able to create a network of roads that will allow us to improve the arterial roads in the northern corridor of the country. But the then government advised there was no need for it because it would increase our debt to GDP ratio. What we have seen over the years, Mr. Speaker, is that while many people have said that we need to do something about the number of vehicles entering the country, we've also seen that that plan, which was already in place, has produced some results only because on the return of the government 5 years later, that we were able to implement one component of that road or that plan by doing the Monchy, Corinth, Vieux-Sequi, Norbert connecting road. A road that has gone into the hinterland, improving the carriageway, improving the safety on that road, and making many people a lot safer, a lot more comfortable and secured when driving. Because of that, we can see a relaxation of the volume of traffic on the actual Julian R. Hunt Highway, meaning that when you traverse that road, you can feel the traffic even when there's traffic. You can feel the traffic is moving. You can feel that there is an ease in the tension of the traffic on that Julian R. Hunt Highway. And hence the reason why I believe this loan is critical. Critical in the sense that though it is coming 10 years later, if only a government had continued, or if only the government who came into office had seen the wisdom in the plan, the wisdom in that vision plan, and had continued, today we wouldn't have been here seeking that loan for the reconstruction of the highway to do the necessary feasibility studies. In fact, Mr. Speaker, at the time I became the minister in 2016, the loan agreement, just last night I was looking around, and a copy of the loan agreement signed, ready to go. But those who lie and lie about everything fail to see the wisdom in what was being put together by those who came before. And so, Mr. Speaker, I give this resolution my full support. I believe it will be able to do particularly one thing, and that is to increase the number of lanes north and south, meaning that more vehicles can move in either direction and to be able to increase the speed at which those vehicles are moving on the highway. And the significance of this, Mr. Speaker, is that once you hit the shock roundabout, once you pass the shock roundabout, any vehicle or all of the vehicles heading north, for example, are either going to Marisel, Corinth, Monchy, Bois d'Orange, Monchy, Raidry, eventually Grosville and Cap Estate. The vehicular capacity would reduce as you go north. But once you're on that road, it means from the beginning you have all of the vehicles traveling in all of those locations until they ease off one by one. But once you increase the number of lanes, it means that immediately persons can align themselves or link into the lane that they would like to link that would take them directly to where they want to be. So we'll see an improvement in the traffic, and based on, of course, my previous knowledge, there is quite a bit to be done in the third package, second and first package, and this 1 and 2, Mr. Speaker, will help in completing this Julian R. Hunt Highway, which is absolutely necessary for the social and economic development of the country. So once again, I commend this resolution and my fullest support, as I believe it is a necessity at this time for the future development, immediate and future development of our country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finance Minister. Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow an amount of US dollars $833,500, the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, for the technical assistance Sir Julian R. Hunt Highway and Secondary Roads Improvement Preparation Project to finance the cost of consultancy services to prepare a feasibility study and detailed designs to upgrade the Sir Julian R. Hunt Highway and selected secondary roads to improve safety, inclusion, resilience, and efficiency. Be it further resolved that A, interest is payable at a fixed rate of 0.75% per annum on the principal amount of the loan withdrawn and outstanding. B, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive semi-annual installments payable on the first day of January and the first day of July of each year after a grace period of 2 years. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister for Finance. Microphone.
Following resolution standing in my name, whereas it is provided under Section 65(1) of the Public Finance Management Act that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, grant a guarantee in accordance with an enactment, and whereas it is further provided under Section 69(2) of the Act that a guarantee issued by the government or contingent liability created by the government in accordance with the regulations under the Act and in accordance with another enactment shall be charged on and paid out of the consolidated fund. And whereas it provided under Section 28(1) of the Lucia Air and Seaport Authority Act, Cap 813, that with the approval of Parliament, the Minister of Finance may guarantee in such manner and in such conditions as he or she thinks fit the repayment of the principal and payment of interest and other charges on any authorized borrowing by the St. Lucia Air and Seaport Authority. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to guarantee an amount of US dollars $1,616,400 from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, borrowed by the St. Lucia Air and Seaport Authority for the technical assistance port development preparation project with the purpose of assisting the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority to finance the cost of consultancy services to undertake A, studies and designs for the development of a new cargo port facility at Cul-de-Sac, an assessment to develop and pilot port digitalization initiatives in St. Lucia, and whereas the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive semi-annual installments after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. And whereas interest is payable at a variable rate of 5% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. And whereas a commitment fee is payable at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the loan undisbursed. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee an amount of $1,616,400, the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank, borrowed by the St. Lucia Air and Seaport Authority for the Technical Assistance Port Development Preparation Project with the purpose of assisting the St. Lucia Air and Seaport Authority to finance the cost of consultancy services to undertake A, studies and designs for the development of a new cargo port facility at Cul-de-Sac, an assessment to develop and pilot port digitalization initiatives in St. Lucia. Be it further resolved that the loan repayable in 40 equal, approximately equal, and consecutive semi-annual installments after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. Interest is payable at a variable rate of 5% per annum on the amount of loan disbursed outstanding. A commitment fee is payable at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is self-explanatory. The government is not borrowing the money directly. SLASPA is borrowing the funds, and the government is contingently liable in terms of if God forbid, and SLASPA has any problems, the government will have to repay the loan. But that seldom happens, or seldom has happened, Mr. Speaker. As you know, SLASPA is a viable organization. Mr. Speaker, SLASPA, last year, SLASPA won the best spot, an award for the best spot, the best cruise spot in the region, Mr. Speaker. And we see the congestion at SLASPA. There's massive congestion at SLASPA because of the rapid expansion of imports and the expansion in the economy. SLASPA is sometimes problems are created for SLASPA in that goods cannot be cleared from the port because of congestion. So much so that SLASPA had to seek alternative spaces to put containers, and that has happened because of the growth of trade and the growth of commerce of SLASPA, Mr. Speaker. So SLASPA are looking at the feasibility of setting up a cargo port at cul-de-sac, and to do that, Mr. Speaker, as you know, there's got to be a feasibility study. Studies have to happen, Mr. Speaker. It's not like before where certain people went on the airport and directed by their hands where to put a terminal building. That is the kind of governance that we've had in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, almost embarrassing. And I'm sure the senior minister knows that, where people walk on the port with absolutely no qualifications in engineering, in architecture, in drafting, in I don't know in what, but they determine the place to put an airport terminal. That's what has happened in this country, Mr. Speaker. But these days are long gone. So the government is guaranteeing the loan for SLASPA. SLASPA will be responsible for repaying the loan, and the feasibility study will continue, and the decision will be taken as to when and how a new port facility will be created at cul-de-sac.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to guarantee an amount of US $1,616,400, the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, borrowed by the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority for the Technical Assistance Port Development Preparation Project, with the purpose of assisting the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority to finance the cost of consultancy services to undertake A, studies and designs for the development of a new cargo port facility at cul-de-sac, B, an assessment to develop and pilot port digitalization initiatives in St. Lucia, and be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive semi-annual installments after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. B, interest is payable at a variable rate of 5% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. C, a commitment fee is payable at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the loan undisbursed. Member for Dennery North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the resolution as presented by the Prime Minister, where the Parliament is authorizing the Minister for Finance to guarantee a loan of $1,616,400 for port modernization. and as the Minister with line responsibility for the operations of SLASPA, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that this project is very necessary. SLASPA performs a very important economic function for our country. Mr. Speaker, Port Castries is the main commercial seaport in St. Lucia. And for many years, the government of St. Lucia has been able to realize substantial revenue as a result of port operations. And for any onlooker, you will notice that it has become very difficult to have cruise passengers coexisting on the port with cargo operations. And so it has become necessary for us to go beyond just making pronouncements that have been made for several decades, where the need has been registered for an alternative to Port Castries for the handling of cargo. And as the Prime Minister indicated when he spoke, Mr. Speaker, very recently the situation had become very acute, where the management of SLASPA had to seek alternative storage space. And so property in Cul-de-sac was identified, and there SLASPA was able to house or secure hundreds of containers, enabling port operations in Castries to be improved in terms of delivery time. This has significance not only for the management of SLASPA and for us as a government, but I know the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Speaker, they have a stake in that particular development, given some of the challenges they've had to endure in very recent times in relation to turnover when cargo is offloaded from the vessels, placed on the port, and for customs and port authority personnel to be able to process those containers to deliver in a timely manner to the mercantile community or the Chamber of Commerce. But it is more than just a feasibility where we will explore the establishment of a cargo port in Cul-de-sac, but more than that, there's a digitalization component, Mr. Speaker, to this particular project. In times gone, the system was paper-based, and you had volumes and volumes of paper from broker to SLASPA personnel to customs, and even the average person who would come to Port Castries to conduct business. Mr. Speaker, SLASPA has realized, and in keeping with modern trends, that this has become archaic and that we have to modernize and digitize some of the operations in Port Castries. And that amount that is being guaranteed, Mr. Speaker, is basically to help SLASPA explore possibilities in terms of designs and options moving forward to make Port Castries even more effective than it has been in recent times. And the effectiveness of Port Castries, Mr. Speaker, did not go unnoticed when the 2024 Nathan Dundas Cruise Port Award of the Year for the Caribbean was awarded to the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a tremendous amount of confidence in the management of SLASPA, and I know that when they sit with the technical individuals from the Caribbean Development Bank and elsewhere, that whatever they will present to the Cabinet for approval will be in keeping with modern global standards. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the motion to guarantee a loan in the amount of US $1.6 million to the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, the naysayers and those on the other side will talk about borrowing and SLASPA. The one thing I've been very comfortable with in the 6-7 months since I assumed ministerial responsibility for the operations of SLASPA is this particular parastatal's ability, Mr. Speaker, to service the loans that the government has been guaranteeing for them over time. SLASPA has the capacity to generate the revenue that is necessary, but in keeping with legislation and the whole governance structures for parastatals or statutory entities, they cannot come to the Parliament and borrow on their own, and so it must go through the Minister for Finance, who provides oversight for the financial operations of SLASPA. And so, Mr. Speaker, once again, I throw my full support behind the motion as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister.
Opposition Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, that when dots are now starting to be connected, that we connect them. So the members on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, would want to applaud this initiative. And on the surface of it, it needs applauding. It's been a long time where successive governments, I would like to believe, have at least agreed that moving the container port out of town and the obvious place in the cul-de-sac has been on the cards for the longest time. And that's why when we tie in the GPH deal, we really are to question what is it that this government is doing. I heard the Minister of Infrastructure and Ports say that Strasbourg is in the financial position to do this. $1 million. Really? You gave away the head tax. Not true? $2.50. You gave it away. What are you getting? What's Strasbourg getting? And then to the astonishment of everyone, not only did they give away the $2.50 that Strasbourg was getting, but then turned around and allowed the new private entity to increase the tax to $10. To $10. And we see for ourselves, Mr. Speaker, what we're getting for $400 million. And where does the $400 million come from so that we can be on the same page, and if we want to presume some of these things away, fine. But we were getting close to 1 million passengers. We were like 900 and something, or high 800, 900,000, right? And the goal is to get to 1 million, if not more. 30 years plus an extension of 40 years. I'm assuming that by the time you get to the 15th year, 16th year, that you should be getting more than 1 million. No profit sharing. And for that, what are we getting? Vendors' arcades. I listened carefully to the Prime Minister, wanting to accuse me and then the opposition of begrudging vendors new stalls. We were the government that went and fixed Castries Market for the vendors in the back and had big plans for Castries Market. The Sir John Vision Plan of 2006. You know, Prime Minister joggles my memory when he spoke about the statue for Sir John. It was United Workers' Party that commissioned that statue. And in fact, I was there that day, watching the ceremony, Mr. Speaker. I think we closed off the street. We were sitting on the opposite side. And I laughed. I laughed because anybody who can go back and look at the vision plan for Sir John, there was never supposed to be a statue there. But as a new government, that's their prerogative. And you want to come and every day modifying what the plan for Castries redevelopment is and justifying it. So originally, the courthouse was supposed to go in the Constitution Park, but now, when Alan Chasney and Sir John, maybe less Sir John got criticism, but I certainly got criticism for supporting Sir John's plan, right? I'm not Sir John. No, I agree, I'm not Sir John. And anybody who wants, I'm not. I'm saying to you that the same plan, but you'll find to criticize me, which I accept. But you all have no plan of your own. No consistent plan. And this bill that we're coming here today is in essence backwards. Ballas Needham was already commissioned to do a full study on Castries Harbor. The minister has it? Ask him, really? You've never seen it? You mean to tell me the new Minister of Infrastructure and Ports, you have not seen the Ballas Needham report that was commissioned for the redevelopment of Castries Harbor? You have not seen it? Excuse me? I understand. But including in that report, notwithstanding what some members of the House have attempted to say what the report came to, the conclusion of the report. The conclusion of the report was dedicate Castries to cruise ship development and move the container port to cul-de-sac. I understand. And Ballas Needham has already done and commissioned a full feasibility study on that port. So we're going backwards again. You want on cul-de-sac? Feasibility, designs, everything was completed. Ask Laspa.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of elucidation.
Member, please wait to be announced.
Thank you, sir.
Member for Castries North.
On a point of elucidation.
On elucidation.
Is a point of order, member? Is a point of order?
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order?
The point of order is that to indicate that he's conveniently, expediently misleading the House. So the very report of Ballas Needham also indicated that the Bannon's lands were unsuitable for any form of maritime activities, including cruise and cargo.
Why, Mr. Speaker? Christmas came early. Christmas came early. This is the same member who was minister and wants to rise and to say that. The report never said that. The report said, because in the development plan that was done by IDEA all those years ago, under the Ministry of Economic Development, had done an extensive plan to include the expansion of the cruise ship port in front of Bananas. Not to where the land was sold, but along where the fishermen are. And Ballas Needham said, Mr. Speaker, that was unfeasible, that you should not do a cruise ship port there because the amount of piling you would have to do. And instead what they said, Mr. Speaker, is you should move the cargo port to cul-de-sac and expand the northern wharf for the cruise ships. That's what they said. No, that's not what we said. No, let's not get into semantics. Nobody said not to do any development. So you're telling me, Ballas Needham, you want to say that Ballas Needham saw no economic opportunity, and I know the land he's referring to, which is the controversial piece of land at Bananas, which has gotten us into a lot of trouble, Mr. Speaker, so I won't go there. So you tell, I better not? Okay. The same people who said when SLASPA, which document? I can get it for you. No problem. If the member can't find it in his own government, I'll be happy to produce the document for him, right? Because the document is made not only been made a document of the House, but it's also been made a document of the courts. Mr. Speaker, what it said was, focus on the cruise ship, move the cargo from outside of Castries, and where the cargo port is currently is to move that and expand that. And we talked about putting a convention facility, and we talked about expanding the cruise ships. Where we got into a disagreement, not a vicious disagreement, Mr. Speaker. I tell you, yes, not a vicious disagreement.
Member, I've given you a lot of latitude. I'm trying to understand the motion before us is for the feasibility study of cul-de-sac. If you want to connect the study you're talking about with there being no need to go to cul-de-sac, I'll allow that. But this frolic of your own about Bannon's Bay is irrelevant to the motion. What is relevant is if you're saying that this money need not be spent because there already is a survey, go along. But I don't see what the extension of the Bannons Bay area has to do with this bill.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't bring up the Bannons Bay, you know. It's the former Minister of Infrastructure and Ports. He's the one who brought it up and was trying to infer what the study said. And I'm disagreeing with him, but that's what the study said. And the connection between what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, is to say that there has been already extensive studies done on putting the cargo in cul-de-sac. And maybe this money could be spent better. But furthermore, I want to say that SLASPA should be able to pay for this themselves and should not need us to now give them a guarantee. Because SLASPA has always been a viable entity.
But remember, if you're given a guarantee, doesn't that mean they're paying it themselves?
Yes. Because I don't know if they're going to borrow the money or they're taking it from cash flow. If they're taking it from cash flow, Mr. Speaker, they wouldn't need a guarantee because they're paying for it. So the only reason that they would need a guarantee is because they're taking a loan to pay for the consultants. Okay, so I'm just saying $1 million something, an entity like SLASPA that's been in existence forever. And how has it found itself? I'm saying it's found itself that way, Mr. Speaker, because what the government should be doing is reviewing its policies towards SLASPA, reviewing its policies towards the cruise ship business. And I'm happy to say, Mr. Speaker, because I was getting to the point. The discussion that really came to head, Mr. Speaker, was to what extent do you expand cast trees for cruise ships? And our argument has always been, do not expand cast trees for the Oasis class ships and to put a fourth or fifth ship in cast trees. So my recommendation is I don't think the government knows what it wants to do. And if it's going to get this money and it's going to get an independent review, I would love to see this money being used, Mr. Speaker, to do a study on the deal with GPH. And is that now going to constrain and restrain the viability of SLASPA? Because I genuinely believe, Mr. Speaker, that deal has undermined the financial viability of SLASPA. And today is evidence of that in my mind. In my mind, there may be people who want to disagree, but in my mind, that's what it represents. And why do we want to go and do another study of a study that already exists? They designed it. Tropical, all the shipping companies came in, big discussions as to how many BTUs. We talked about whether it could be a transshipment point, how much more land you can take into cul-de-sac. Even the road with the West Coast Road redevelopment, Mr. Speaker. All of that was taken into consideration. And that study was done. But I really honestly believe that this government needs direction. It needs help. Because up until now, Mr. Speaker, they cannot explain to us, justify to us, why did you do the GPH deal? And all of a sudden, they were adamant. I was wrong. They're going to put cruise ships up north. That's where it's going to go. They abandoned the idea of putting the cruise ship berth in Vieux Fort. And as I said, it's a welcome change to hear now that the government would have understood the logic and the strategy of putting a cruise ship terminal in Vieux Fort and to make it a home port. And what it can do for Vieux Fort. I welcome that. But I'm not hearing anything today that tells me that the government has a very clear plan. When I heard the Prime Minister speak about what he's going to do with Constitution Park, the vendors, and where we're going with cast trees, I get worried. I don't see a consistent plan. I don't. A plan in terms of how we're going to improve the economic activities of cast trees. And that's why United Workers' Party, my side, my government, had a very clear vision, Mr. Speaker. Hence, that's why the Marriott Courtyard was going up. And to encourage now the growth of some hotels in Castries to be supported by a convention facility in the Prince Alfred Basin to bring now major conventions and meetings to St. Lucia, and to take advantage, Mr. Speaker, of the proximity of George Charles Airport. You travel the region, Mr. Speaker. Barbados, how long does it take you to get into town? Out to the Hilton, where their meeting facilities are. Trinidad. None of the other islands have any major facilities. There's something we can distinguish ourselves in. And the fact is, when we have now 500, 600, maybe even 700 hotel rooms, plus all of the guest houses in this area, Mr. Speaker, what Rodney Bay is what Castries can be. And instead, after 4:30 in the afternoon, that everybody is gone. There's nothing going on in Castries. That you now have people staying in the hotels, looking for restaurants, and to be able to support the economic growth of Castries, Mr. Speaker. Because it's about growing the town. It's about seeing the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the waterfront has been underproducing. So I get concerned, Mr. Speaker, when we seem to be going backwards. We're going to go and commission money. The entity that's going to do it can't even seem to afford to pay for it. We're going to come here and justify to go and give them a guarantee. For what? A report that's already been done? It's like if you're second guessing yourselves. So, Mr. Speaker, decisions have consequences. Decisions have consequences. Right? And you cannot run away from what the statistics are saying, Mr. Speaker. And we have made some horrible decisions, Mr. Speaker. Horrible decisions. And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't support borrowing money and giving a guarantee for SLASPA to borrow. I think that SLASPA has always been a viable entity. We just came to this house and guaranteed a loan for SLASPA. Just came to the house to guarantee a loan for SLASPA to fix up the Northern Wharf. The Northern Wharf that we thought was for the cruise ships. And that, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's the logic. And we have to pick this logic apart. You would come and justify the GPH deal by saying to the public, oh, GPH is going to pay off a $20 million US loan that SLASPA had, to put SLASPA in a better position. And not even 1 year later, Mr. Speaker, not even 1 year later, we come to the House to guarantee a $40 million loan for SLASPA to fix up the Northern Wharf. So if you're going to be moving, possibly, I think more than likely, moving the container port to cul-de-sac, and therefore Castries is going to be a dedicated cruise ship thing, shouldn't GPH have paid that? Because they're going to be the ones benefiting from it. And that's what I'm saying to you. Left hand doesn't seem to know what the right hand is doing, Mr. Speaker. We're left with many more questions than we are with answers. And simply just by asking a question, not to be critical, just ask a question in terms of getting clarity as to which direction this government is going in, because there seems to be all over the place. We want to attack. Earlier today, and I'm trying to remember what the Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker. I may rely on you, you may choose to say no. The Prime Minister suggested that prior to COVID, St. Lucia was the highest debt to GDP in the OACS. And that we maintain that position after COVID, immediately after COVID. I think that's what he said. And you just go and look at the numbers, Mr. Speaker. The numbers are there. In 2019, St. Lucia was at 59% debt to GDP. St. Vincent was at 70. Antigua at 67. Dominica at 78. So by far we were not the highest debt to GDP. And then when we go to 2020, because if he said 2020, that's when we were the highest, okay? Antigua was 99. Dominica 109. St. Lucia 92.9. St. Kitts 67. St. Vincent 81. By far we were not the highest. You said debt to GDP. Debt to GDP. Okay. And then we're talking about 2021, same thing. But interesting, Mr. Speaker, that when we go to 2025, in fact, that St. Lucia's debt to GDP.
I have to stop you there. You're relitigating a bill that has already been litigated, which is not permitted under the rules. A fleeting reference, absolutely, but you're actually debating now.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. But thank you for the reference. But I just want to make the point. All the information is all there. So I want to say to the members, Castries needs a redevelopment. We have two very clear choices between cargo, the conflict between cargo and cruise ships. How much future growth potential we have in the cruise ship after we've done the GPH deal and given away our money, I don't know. I certainly hope that the government is not setting itself up to privatize the cargo port, although there's some, Mr. Speaker, who said that we've already done that. Because all the cargo containers are no longer being accumulated at the port. They're being accumulated in the valley, cul-de-sac. Sorry, not the valley, my apologies. What's the deal? How much is that costing us? What's the relationship? Is SLASPA leasing that land and managing it? Have we outsourced it? And if we are, how much is it costing us? But there's a pattern of behavior, Mr. Speaker, that's concerning, that every time that people want to ask questions and simply get clarity to understand whether in fact the government is knowing what it's doing, we're denied. And some reason is given to us. But Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this motion. I believe enough studies have been done. If the government wants to go and do it, they just need to go and do it. And if they're going to use the money to do a study, I think they should do a study to review the GPH deal more than anything else, because that's the one, Mr. Speaker, that I think is having the greatest negative consequence on both Castries, because when I see what is being done, that's not moving the needle. There's no wow effect. What is that? And I said so. We, St. Lucia, built Point Seraphin in 1981, long before anybody else did. And we've regressed now to the point where we have to privatize our cruise ship business for a company to come in and to build vendor stalls. I have no more to say, Mr. Speaker.
Member of Castries South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer my support for the resolution presented by the member from Castries East, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, to provide a guarantee to SLASPA to obtain a loan from the Caribbean Development Bank for the purposes of undertaking studies and designs for a new cargo facility at cul-de-sac. I have an interest in it because the area that has been identified happens to be in Castries South, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I could not let the opportunity pass without expressing my support for the intentions of SLASPA. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the member from Mico South spoke before me. And he started off by questioning whether it was necessary to do any studies. And he went on and accused the government of having no vision. I would have wished that he had probably asked the Prime Minister to provide him with information as to the nature of the studies, the nature of the designs to be undertaken, and he might have been informed that yes, there was a pre-feasibility study done, as he claims, and that this present consultancy is to advance the process, to take it a step further, to actually start designing the facility, to actually start studying what is the most appropriate arrangement that will take place at that particular site. And of course, to then come up with a costing and for us to decide how we move forward. But he did not. Instead, he chose to start chastising that this government has no vision. Now, he has the most vision in the world. He has so much vision, he has no sight. I hope he can see what is going to happen to him in the next few months at his convention. I hope you have enough vision to see what will happen to you member from Mico South, because you know everybody else knows not what they're doing. You would never believe that the member from Mico South was in fact a prime minister of this country who had 5 years to do all the glorious things he said that should be done in St. Lucia. His vision for Castries, if you recall, was nothing as he said. It was to break down the Parliament building, break down the Princery, and have a park, and of course they broke down the prison, to have a park stretching from Jeremy Street to the Cathedral. That was his vision for Castries. Call it Central Park. St. Lucia would have had its own Central Park. But then he has vision now. He's going to make Castries resemble Rodney Bay. And as he told us this morning, after all his years in politics, he's learned one Creole word, "Ayen." You know what "ayen" means? Nothing. And like the member told you from Strozel, if the only word you learn in Creole is "ayen," it says a lot about what you've achieved. We do have a plan, we do have vision, but you keep attacking GPH. And of course, GPH is building a facility in my constituency. And I was involved in the discussions on the GPH deal. And I can tell you a thing or two about it. But let me just say to you, just do some simple maths. We did not have 1 million cruise passenger arrivals in St. Lucia. We've never had 1 million. Just multiply how much SLASPA was getting per head by how many persons were coming to St. Lucia, and tell me how many years it would have taken to pay the loan that GPH paid off for SLASPA. Simple maths. You can take a pen and do simple maths. Simple maths. Because since 1984, we had never been able to increase the head tax in St. Lucia. Never been able. Since about 1984. And the Prime Minister can correct me if I'm wrong. Since about then. And many times we went to the cruise lines and they threatened that if we increase the head tax, they would pull away. And of course, GPH came into the landscape. And if you believe we are so wrong and we have no vision, GPH now controls the port in Puerto Rico, cruise services in Puerto Rico, in Bahamas, in Antigua, and they now announced St. Vincent. So it seems that all the islands, all of them, are doing something wrong. But he alone has the correct formula. So let's look at the correct formula that he has. In 2008, he signed an agreement with Royal Caribbean to manage cruise services in St. Lucia and improve the cruise port. 2008. He was a Minister of Tourism under the senior minister and member for Castries North. And I will tell you, during that period, he got $50 million allocation every year for tourism in this country. The highest ever. Never ever have we come close to this. I won't tell you what his phone bill was and how much money he spent. Almost half of the $50 million was spent paying monies to airlines. And he can stand up and object if I am wrong. $50 million a year he would get from the senior minister, who he convinced that he was such a tourism guru. He convinced you on so many things. You know, that's the vision he has. So in 2008, he signed an agreement with Royal Caribbean. It got worse than that. He became prime minister. He took the same senior minister with him, I think, to Geneva, in negotiations with GPH. When we came into government in 2021, there was a draft GPH agreement on the table. Cabinet decided that they would not approve what was there, set up a committee to review it. And we got involved in renegotiating with GPH. So he met with GPH. In fact, when y'all woke up and y'all supposed to have had a breakfast meeting, you had breakfast and he wasn't there. He had taken a flight early morning and he left you alone. You could deny it. He left you waiting for him at breakfast. Afterwards, you realized he had taken a flight and left Geneva. And he went and signed a second agreement. You'll give that story one day. I know you have a library of stories. And then now, he signed a second agreement for another development of port castries. It never came to fruition. That's 2 agreements he signed for the redevelopment of port castries. That's the vision he has. But you know, it's even worse than that, Mr. Speaker. Worse than that. Both Carnival and Royal Caribbean wanted to develop Vieux-Fort as a cruise port. Now, I will also say, Mr. Speaker, I remember Kenny Anthony bringing the first cruise ship I know of to Vieux-Fort Port. I was his attaché then, and I remember visiting the cruise ship and welcoming it with Kenny Anthony then. Because Kenny Anthony had visions then of developing Vieux-Fort and bringing cruise ships to Vieux-Fort. Yes. As far back as Kenny Anthony, he's claiming it was his vision to bring cruise ships to Vieux-Fort and what it would mean for Vieux-Fort. So those 2 cruise lines did all their testings, all their studies for Vieux-Fort, how they could redevelop Vieux-Fort and build a new finger pair and all. They took the airport, they took the sea pilots here, they did their simulations and all. I have the reports. Do you know what he did? He told them to stop. Because DSH will build a cruise terminal by El Pirata for him and 26 islands. That's true. 27, sorry, 27 islands. And the cruise lines stopped the process and they decided that this suggestion of a cruise terminal by El Pirata is unimaginable, it is ludicrous, and they didn't want to be part of it. But that was his vision, because Teoakin had told him he can build a cruise terminal by El Pirata. The same Teoakin that made him move the terminal in Vieux-Fort from where it was supposed to be to where it is going to be now, when they did all the piling and we could not move it, because he wanted, when you come off of the terminal in Vieux-Fort, the first thing you would see are horses racing in St. Lucia. So no, but it's true. Yeah, because Teoakin wanted, when you get off the terminal and you hit that stretch, you would see his horse racing facility. So all visitors would know that there's horse racing in St. Lucia. We built our road, the Larishus Road in Vieux-Fort, that costed the government such a $15 million, was done on the asking of Teoakin. That's the vision he has for St. Lucia.
700 private jets.
You know, and we'll come to it a little later on another matter. We'll come back to it. But that's the vision he had for cruise in St. Lucia. So when he comes to this house and boasts about his vision for cruise in St. Lucia and the development of port castries and the vision that he has, what vision? The vision you had was so poor, you lost 16-1. You lost, you know, in 2021, there was so much vision, Mr. Speaker. He lost Mykonos, the most sacred UWP seat. Well, you won. The member says he won Mykonos. That's the vision that you have. Do not come in here and lecture us about vision. No, you have the worst record in St. Lucia as a political leader. Worst record. You have no moral authority to stand here and lecture us about vision, and the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, and we don't know where we are taking this country. The people 6 months ago demonstrated who they had faith in and who they believed in, and they relegated you to sit right there. Do not lecture us about vision in this country. And you just ban figures about, just say things.
And we got more votes.
You know, you remind me, I once saw a movie of a man who was not very stable. So he used to cut pieces of newspapers together and just pin them on the wall. And he just used to say things, you know, because that's pieces of newspaper. Just say things, just make up stories. No logic, no sense, no coherence. That's what you do. You know, so, Mr. Speaker, this is a project that's going to be in my constituency. I have tremendous pride in my constituency hosting the new cargo facility. So I support the motion, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say to the Prime Minister to encourage SLASPA to speed up the process, and let's get it done as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nothing much to add, Mr. Speaker. Just one thing. that actually in 2018, the economy was rebased, so the debt to GDP ratio had to go down. That's a fact. In 2018, the economy was rebased, so debt to GDP ratio had to go down. It wasn't any actions of the government. And it will be rebased again probably next year, and the same thing may happen. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I marvel at and I will not repeat what the deputy says, Mr. Speaker. I will not repeat because he was clear, he was lucid, and he said all what he had to say. But it just struck me, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Mico North was the Minister of Tourism. Mico South, sorry, apologies. That the member for Mico South was the Minister for Tourism. You just tickle my brain. He was the Minister for Tourism, you know. He was the Minister for Tourism for 5 years, and he was the Prime Minister for 5 years. So he had 10 years of vision. And he actually added 1 year more, like him on 5. Yeah. So, but when you hear him speak, 6. I really thank you for reminding me, because I did not remember he was Minister for Tourism. I didn't remember that, honestly. Because when you hear him speak about tourism, you believe that he is a guy who had no opportunity to do anything for tourism, He had no opportunity. He was, and it's because of some fate that nothing happened in tourism when he was there. There was no COVID during this time. I don't know if there was COVID during this time. There was no COVID. Was there COVID during this time as the Minister? Of Tourism. No. There was no 9/11 during this time. No, I was there during, I can remember, And he got the most money. There was no CSR, and he got the most money. He cannot tell you how did that vision translate into reality? How did the vision? He's as a visionary, he has vision, and he always attacks you. You have no vision, you see that. How did that vision translate into reality? Tell me the projects that you initiated that happened because of your vision. And and I'll agree, but anyhow, Mr. Speaker, finally, what is happening at Strasbourg, and again, the member for Mico South wants to tell you that you take from your cash flow nearly $2 million. Take it from your cash flow to the feasibility study, whereas you can stretch it at an acceptable rate of interest and reserve your cash flow for other purposes. Let me say it again because you play the air, that's not what I say. You want to take $2 million from your cash flow, take out your cash flow, and pay it to somebody from your cash flow. You understand that? Right. Instead of taking a loan at a moderate rate of interest, and instead of taking $2 million one time, you take up probably $8,000-9,000 per month, and you have your cash flow to use in terms of emergency, etc. Mr. Speaker, it really, really baffles me. But I understand why he does that, Because if you have to face your party, where all your young Turks, the young ones and the not so young ones, and the people that you have to rotate in the Senate, if you have to face them and they put pressure on you, you have to come out there and excite yourself and show you're doing something to prove them I still have life, I can go there and give peer blows. So I understand that because what you're saying, I've tried my best, I've sat, and you must realize sometimes I sit and I say nothing because I listen to you and I'm trying to trace your thought. Where you going with these things? Where you going? Now, and I try my best, But Chief, all I can tell you is that when you come to this honorable house, think of what you say, because everything you say is debunked. You've not said anything here for all the grand charge you had in this house there. You said nothing that we can't debunk. Everything you say. The member for Kashisov debunked everything you said. This morning you made a big speech. You get vexed. You excite yourself. I debunked everything you said. There is nothing you've said here. Is that somebody can say, let's go home with it because what he says is true and let's think about it? Nothing. Stop that. Don't do that, chill. Don't do that. I mean, you're like me sitting about me, but stop that for your own political benefit. Stop that. Because anything you say, the people you're trying to show that you're in control, they laugh at you. They're laughing at you, you know. All now say they're laughing at you. Because they say, but I mean, what is he saying? So the people you're trying to impress, the people you're trying to show that you can fight and you can come and deal with peer and this and that, they're laughing at you. So stop it, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to guarantee an amount of US dollars 1,616,400, the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, borrowed by the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority for the Technical Assistance Port Development Preparation Project with the purpose of assisting the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority to finance the cost of consultancy services to undertake A, studies and designs for the development of a new cargo port facility at Cul-de-Sac, B, an assessment to develop and pilot port digitalization initiatives in St. Lucia, and be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive semi-annual installments after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. B, interest is payable at a variable rate of 5% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. C, a commitment fee is payable at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the loan undisbursed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following resolution standing in my name. Whereas under Section 109(1)(a) of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 15.42, the Act, is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules for the Act to the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 1092 of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 1091 of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to the Customs and Tariffs heading only. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order to amend Schedule 1 of the Act by an affirmative resolution of Parliament to include as zero-rated goods for the period commencing from the date 2nd August 2025 and terminating on the 41st day of May 2026, and for an additional period commencing from, Mr. Speaker, the first day of June and not July. The first day of June and not July 2026, and terminating on the 30th day of November 2030, a supply of goods under the customs tariff heading. Cement, 25.23 cement, 3925.9.1 knot, structural elements used in ceilings of roofs, gutters, electrical swift plates, other, that's under the tariff heading 3925 1990, lumber and plywood, tariff number 44.07 to 44.18, lumber and plywood again, tariff number 44.20 to 44.21, galvanized and steel, tariff number 72.01 to 72.16, Galvanized and steel, tariff number 73.01 to 73.18. Galvanized and steel, 76.01 to 76.10. Be it resolved that 76.16 other articles of aluminum, 8302.41.00 base metal mounting suitable for buildings. Mr. Speaker, I did not call the tariff numbers for gutters, electrical switch plates, and so can I have to do it? It's okay?
That's okay. It's when the question is put.
Be it resolved that Parliament by affirmative resolution approve the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods for the period commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and terminating on the 31st day of May 2026, and for an additional period commencing from the 1st day of June 2026 and terminating on the 31st day of November 2030, a supply of goods under the following customs tariff: 2523 cement, 3925 9010 structural elements used in ceilings or roofs, 3925 9020 gutters, 3925 9030 electrical switch plates, 3925 9090 other, 4407 4418 lumber and plywood, 4420 4421 lumber and plywood, 7201 to 7216 galvanized and steel, 7301 to 7318 galvanized and steel, 7601 to 7610 galvanized and steel. Other articles of aluminum, 7616 83024100 base metal mounting suitable for buildings. Mr. Speaker, this motion, Mr. Speaker, as is required by law, is to amend the Schedule 1 of the value-added tax for an extension of the zero rating of the value-added tax on selected building materials to commence from the 1st of June 2026 to May 2030. Mr. Speaker, you will see for yourself the building boom that this country is experiencing. Several times there are shortages of cement, there are shortages of lumber, shortages of plywood, even shortages of labor, of skilled labor sometimes, Mr. Speaker. So much so that questions are being asked on skilled labor. Mr. Speaker, this no doubt has been caused, number one, by the liquidity that exists in the banks. Number two, by the economic activity in the country. Number three, by the confidence that people have in the economy of the country. And number four, by the reduction in the price of basic building materials for construction purposes. Anyone will tell you, or everybody will tell you, that there is a building boom happening in this country, Mr. Speaker. It's clear for everyone to see. So when you hear about the talk of vision, Mr. Speaker, in that case, vision meant reducing the price of basic building materials, which has manifested itself in sight. And the sight is the new buildings that are going up all over the country. That is what vision is all about. Vision is having a policy and getting that policy into practicality. That's vision. Vision is not a pipe dream, thinking about something that can never happen. It's about taking your thoughts and your ideas and translating it into tangible things. And you can see that at all levels, both in the palatial residences that are being built, and secondly, by the people in the other areas that buy plywood and galvanized and lumber to improve the quality of the houses, Mr. Speaker. And that is what this resolution intends to do, to continue that incentive. Even if the price of building materials is increasing because of supply chain issues and because of the cost of imported building materials. The government is playing its part by keeping the VAT at zero so that the consumer can get a better price can have better costs for the building materials that they buy because of the fact that the building materials are zero rated, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the people of St. Lucia can feel the benefits from this policy, because no one can ever tell me that you can dream of a vision, but you don't feel visions. You dream of it, you sleep over it, you can do all kinds of things with it. But practicality means having policies that the people benefit from. Practicality. And that is what this resolution does. It brings to bear something that everyone will benefit once you are in the construction industry. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge members to support it, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure that the public will make use of this policy to zero rate building materials and take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to improve, to get their priorities right, and instead of sometimes of using their disposable income on unnecessary things, find ways to save it, Mr. Speaker. And you see, Mr. Speaker, that's how the policy comes into place. Whilst we're doing that, and another resolution will speak about it, we are giving people tax incentives to buy their land. Young people, young professionals, and you see it in the bills coming forward for taxes, Mr. Speaker. That's what vision is all about. Vision. That's what it's all about. That's vision. So we're saying to you, if you buy a piece of land that costs less, that's less than 22,000 square feet or less, you can get 50% tax rebate. You can claim 50% of the interest when you file in your tax returns. That does not exclude the $40,000 you have. And that's what vision is all about. That's what it's all about. So I urge young people to begin to look into the future, look into trying to get your home going, your house going, Mr. Speaker, because the government is providing some incentives to cause you to have a better life than possibly what your parents or your grandparents had, Mr. Speaker. I urge members to support this resolution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, I haven't put the question yet.
Sorry.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods for the period commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and terminating on the 31st day of May 2026, and for an additional period commencing from the 1st day of June 2026 and terminating on the 30th of November 2030, a supply of goods under the following customs tariff headings: 25.23 cement, 3925.90.10 structural elements used in ceilings or roofs, 3925.90.20 gutters, 3925.90.30 electrical switch plates, 3925.90.90 other, 44.07 to 44.18 lumber and plywood, 44.20 to 44.21 lumber and plywood, 72.01 to 72.16 galvanized and steel, 73.01 to 73.18 galvanized and steel, 76.01 to 76.10 galvanized and steel, 76.16 other articles of aluminum, 8302.41.00 base metal mountings suitable for buildings. Member from Migu South.
Mr. Speaker, in an earlier bill today, I indicated to the Prime Minister that there needs to be greater clarity and more specifics when we're dealing with bills. And there's no greater example, Mr. Speaker, than this bill. Because this is a continuation of a policy that's been going on for some time. And I would have expected that the member from Castries East would have come to the House and bloated and bragged about his vision and substantiated that vision with facts, not blah, 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 blah. Not blah, 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 to your point. Okay? The facts. If this is such a great deal, Mr. Speaker, where are the statistics to support the need to have done this? How has this contributed to economic growth, Mr. Speaker? Instead, the member wants to say that there's nobody who can deny that there is a construction boom taking place in St. Lucia. Wow. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, I don't have to leave it to my words. Social and Economic Review, 2025, page 28, Mr. Speaker. The heading is Construction. Although growth in the construction sector slowed, the level of construction activity expanded in 2025, with increased momentum in public infrastructure investments, while there was a slowdown in private sector activity. It goes on, Mr. Speaker, a little bit later on the page. I'm not trying to steal anybody's thunder. As another indicator, not just that indicator, so that indicator has said that private sector, individual household construction declined. Just in case, I didn't say that? Let me repeat it again, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Let me read it. Let me reread it again, because again, we don't have to go too far, right, Mr. Speaker? And to get clarity. I'm not going to have to depend on you this time, Mr. Speaker, and put you in that difficult situation. It says, although growth in the construction sector slowed, the level of construction activity expanded in 2025. Okay? Yes. With increased momentum in public infrastructural investments, while there was a slowdown in private sector activity.
Continue what you said household.
No, I said households, which is private sector.
Private sector is only household?
No, it's inclusive of households. But we're going to get there, you know. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you how much I've really enjoyed today. Okay? Because I've sat here and I have really listened to grown men talk some absolute rubbish. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister tried to suggest that when I was Minister of Tourism, I just go off a little bit, not too far, okay? That I never confronted any crisis. I remember Thomas. No crisis for Thomas? 2008, 2009. Does anybody remember what that was? The greatest financial recession in our time. I was Minister of Tourism. But this is exactly this. So again, let's go on. So how I could make that statement. As another indicator, financial sector lending for construction also grew at a slower rate of 10.8%. In 25, as lending for residential construction, is that good for you? Residential construction? Is that the private sector households that we're talking about? Residential construction declined. But if you want to come to these meetings, Mr. Speaker, and fool everybody, and you have an opportunity to have come out with what the facts are, Here, we went and reduced the VAT and the stuff on duties on all of these items, and as a result of it, it stimulated growth in households. But you want to come and boast about overall construction? And let's talk about overall construction if you want to, Mr. Speaker. I've said it. A member from Castries North was in the room when I told Renault, yes, I'm sorry, I'm calling a name, that when we give him money, he's so vertically integrated, we don't feel it in the economy. When you have developers who are doing big hotel projects and are importing all of their materials themselves, in some of them bringing it to their own dock, and you're asking, you want to know whether this growth in construction has created any kind of impact? It didn't. Your economy contracted. And even more damning in your own report, the same disposable income. And the greatest measurement we have for that is consumption. Retail sales and wholesale sales, Mr. Speaker, were down. All indicators that what you're peddling to yourselves, what you want to convince yourself of, is not happening. Now, it's not for me that I want to do that, but we're not going to change policies and get a proper policy program in place if we're not going to be true for yourselves. But you have one man in here, and so it's much easier. Everybody get hack, yak, 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 laugh, 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 laugh. Instead of dealing with what the reality is. I am not coming here to demean anybody on an individual basis. I have a respect for all of you all. I have no issues with being on the side. How many times you want to hear that? You see me groaning, you see me moaning? No. Oh yes, you know, you love to say that. Because you always want to make yourselves the martyr. Okay? And you want to ream this word and that word. But when you go and do your peacock, there's no issues with it. But the fact is, even when we want to now bring ourselves back to that kind of narrative, member from Viewfort North, when the economy is not performing and people are suffering in this country, and we don't want to talk about what the real issues are, Mr. Speaker. The programs that the government have put in place in attempt to try to help households is not working. It's failing. When all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, the gas prices go up, in 2 twos, you have the price up. Look, the price is down, $73 a barrel. How come it's not come down? How come the government's not said, you know, the idea that it has to be every 3 weeks? That's you. That's a stroke of the pen. You can change that anytime you want to. As you really care. If you really care, show me that you care. And if you're going to do a program, and that you're going to lower these taxes, and it's not working, what you going to do? Oh, I love it. The people know it. You want to convince yourself. You keep going there. You see, I'm not going to go there, Mr. Speaker. Right? Total nonsense. The elections is over. You won the election. Govern the country. Take care of the people. You are. Really? You want to come here? You have had a policy in place for a year and a half. You cannot even justify it. You cannot. You see, that's the problem. I want the people of St. Lucia, and particularly the people in my constituency, to have this appreciation. We have a government that does not measure the success of its policy programs based on how it improves your life. It doesn't. It doesn't, because the numbers are showing that your life, in fact, has not gotten better. Cost of living is hurting you, crime is up, quality of health care is down, education is a problem, okay, and we're struggling. Our debt to GDP is going up. We have major concerns in this country. But if you're going to continue to measure your results, and we keep on saying it, 14-1-1. 14-1-1. Oh, there's some people who say they're independent. I don't know, the blue wave, has the blue wave sunk? Has the blue wave sunk? Has the blue wave drowned? You see? But again now, so maybe you're making an announcement, maybe you're making an announcement for us, right? But Mr. Speaker, instead of being concerned about the quality of life for people and what is happening in households and whether in fact your policies are actually reaching people, you're more concerned about my convention? Really? This is the same government that from the time I've gotten into politics have had an obsession with my place in politics. and try as they have may. Okay? All right? Yes, you see, you love me. Well, I love you too. I love you too. Okay? And that's the point, Mr. Speaker. Keep convincing yourself that people cannot see and cannot feel. Okay? I get it, Mr. Speaker. I understand clearly. And I'm not here, okay, to lament. No. I will keep putting the pressure on in a legitimate way, not in order to push my ego, to say how much I won by, or I won this, I won that, and blah, blah, blah. But I increased my margin of victory. You want to argue that? I increased my margin of victory. That's not true? That's not true? That's not true? So I did not quit. So you're telling me in 2021, I won by 56, I got 56% of the vote, Mr. Speaker. And in 2025, I got 58%. A 2% improvement in the market. Oh, you don't? It's a margin of victory. Why? Because the margin of victory takes into consideration there was a drop in the number of people who came in. But as a percentage, I improved my margin. But at the end of the day, can I say something to you, Mr. Speaker? That is so, in the scheme of things today, Mr. Speaker, that's so irrelevant. It's irrelevant. No, you're the one who started, Mr. Prime Minister. You're the one who seems to have an obsession. You're the one who keeps on coming and attacking me. All I'm asking you is frank questions. Not one of the questions I've asked you have you been able to answer. You want to just deflect and go back to what you're accustomed to, which is politics. And I applaud you. You are one of the best politicians we've had. Okay? Amazing. You are on the ground, you understand the psyche of people, and I give you tremendous credit for the victory that your party won. Are you happy? You are great. You're almighty when it comes to politics. But I'm going to say to you right now, okay, notwithstanding your victory, that the country is moving in the wrong direction, Mr. Speaker. And it's not my words. Their own words. You want me to read it again, Mr. Speaker? You. You want to read it? Do you want to read it? So you can read it better. So you don't understand it?
Yes, I know.
What does it say?
That rate of growth slowed. It didn't mean in decline. Rate of growth can slow down and it doesn't mean in decline. That's basically economics.
Mr. Speaker, you would have expected, Mr. Speaker, that and it's clear, the intention of the government with this program, Mr. Speaker, was to increase construction to stimulate residents. This is not a program, okay? So this was to benefit, if we're going to call it what it is, the true values of the world. Okay? But you see, we want to run away from it. Because at the end of the day, was the intention to really benefit the average households? Or did it have a different value? Did it have a different value? To withdraw what? What? It has a value. And does it have a true value? Does it have a false value? I don't know. But I'm just asking you a question. So if your own numbers are saying that it has not created the impact that you wanted, then something is wrong. And you can run away from that all you want to. You can come after me. That's okay. Right? No problem. Right? The great thing is that my self-esteem of myself is such that it doesn't matter to me. I really, honestly, I do not have any hatred to anybody in this room. At the end of the day, none. Zero. And even to some of the most obvious people, I have none. Not one iota. Not even to you. Okay? Not even to you. Okay? Consider the betrayal. Not even you. Right? Okay? Not even you. What I am more concerned with, and what I think that our conversation should be more focused on here, is the numbers. Not what we think and not what we feel, and that we want to convince ourselves because we've won an election by this landslide victory that all of a sudden everything that we're doing is great. Mrs. So it went down. But that was the year, that was the, so it was one piece. Okay. No, it went down in 25. Okay, and what? And it slowed at the time when you created let me hear the word that you used. A stimulus. So you had a deliberate attempt to stimulate the economy, yet it slowed down. Whatever one you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. It didn't work. It didn't work. Come here, come to the House, Mr. Speaker. Come to the House, Mr. Speaker. Okay, as the Minister of Finance. How much revenue did we forego? Okay? How much revenue did we forego? What did it generate? How many new houses started because you said that households started? Bring the numbers. You want to just come up here and casually come up and say, because you know that you have 16-1, right, that anything you bring to the House is going to be passed. Yes, it's going to get passed. And my voice doesn't matter. In the scheme of the vote, my voice does not matter. Okay? Fine. But at the end of the day, I am going to be here not arguing about semantics. I'm not going to be arguing about personal preferences. I'm not going to be arguing about whether your government is better and vision and stuff like that. All I'm going to say to you is I'm going to argue from a point of facts. And I'm going to encourage the Prime Minister. Not for my sake, because I don't matter, because I'm nothing. I'm the worst it's ever been, according to you. No problem. Okay? Worst Prime Minister ever. No problem. All right? I would match my macro numbers and economic performance against you any day. When you're ready. Tomorrow. Let's go. You bring your numbers, I'll bring my numbers. Let's go. So it's not about what the facts are. You are a boss politician. I give that to you. But at the end of the day, I only hope that St. Lucians will be able to eat that. Because at one point you said they can't eat roads. We never said so. You hear that? The government now is saying they never said that. All kinds of things that he's ascribed to me. I sit there. I'm not even going to respond to them anymore, Mr. Speaker, because they're so ludicrous. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Prime Minister, you were caught here where you swore after saying something, and 30 seconds later you denied it. You said it. So let's not go there. Let's not go there. And when you say you have names, I'm so tired of that game. Oh, I have a name. I'm not going to bring the name. Bring it. It's been 6 years. You said there was all kinds of corruption. Where is it? But you see, I regress. And that's not the important issue. Because that's past. Let's move forward. So tell me, don't come to the House and just believe that because there's only one person in opposition, that there's not an obligation on your part to bring the facts to the table and the justification. I'm sorry, Mr. Prime Minister. The presentation that you made and renewing this concession is woefully lacking. Don't do it. What's that? I want concessions and policies that are going to help improve the quality of life of the people. I want St. Jude's to open up. That's what I want. I want St. Jude's to open. I want St. Jude's Hospital to open. And they'll keep coming. You came in and said, oh, it's going to take 6 months. Then it's going to be next year. Before the elections, we're going to have it. And then you do a ribbon cutting. The hospital is open. And then, oh, okay, but it's going to be really, really open. Within 90 days of the election, it's going to be open. It's June.
Don't try to change this.
It's June. Open the hospital. Improve the quality of life of the people in the South. Where is the HIA airport?
We'll do what you could not do.
Okay? Where is the economic activity? And you know, they keep saying, you know, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I was Prime Minister for 5 years, of which 2 years was COVID. Okay? Men, he keeps saying 6 years. Nonsense. Go and prove 6 years. See, that is the garbage that y'all keep on wanting to repeat. But bravo to you. It's like horses before hospitals. Y'all don't even know what that means. Horses before hospitals, and what are you doing now? So who are you blaming? Who are you blaming the hospital is not open? Who are you blaming that the hospital is not open? Who are you blaming, Mr. Speaker? Okay? You're blaming Teo? Who are you blaming now? You spent $350 million. You cannot open the hospital. You have a contractor, Mr. Speaker, that went public and said, here's what the man said, you know. He said he was so anxious to open up the hospital that he decided to fly all the equipment in, Mr. Speaker. And that he spent so much money that he could have bought British Airways, and none of us have an issue with that. You all have just, he never said that? You want to hear the tape? Okay. And he paid for the tape, you know. That's the incredible part. He paid the man to tape it. Right? Okay. He paid the man for the tape. No, don't burn me. No, it's sad. It's sad that we've gotten to the state, right, where you all can justify that. That could justify that. It burns me for my constituents that St. Jude's has not opened, and that you're lying to the people. And that's a fact that you're lying to the people. Okay? Oh yeah. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that the Prime Minister, that this is not a new attempt, and this is obviously something that's not happened, never happened before. That you're going to come to renew it. I would have expected a much better detailed presentation to justify it, and even to say maybe it didn't work 100% what we wanted. Here's the amendments we're going to make in order to make that happen. Because it's important. It's important. I'm going to just give them a little hint. If inflation globally goes up this second time around, and you don't adjust because, again, semantics. Yes, you can reduce inflation coming into the country. Can't reduce it outside. A simple thing that other islands in the Caribbean have done, Mr. Prime Minister, is to charge the VATs and the duties on the FOB price and not the CIF price. That you can do. That you can do. And it's about two things: making the cost of goods affordable and putting more money in people's pockets. That is what's going to stimulate construction in our country. And I think that he's done us a disservice today, to be honest, Mr. Speaker, in not being able to provide that kind of evidence and to show that he's watched what he did. He's very concerned that it's maybe not worked to the extent that it has. And here are the amendments we're going to make to be able to improve it. And maybe on those same goods, which will be difficult, is to charge the duties on the FOB price and not on the CIF price. I think that would go a long ways, but at the same time, Mr. Prime Minister, put more money in people's hands. But when you're allowing bus fares to go up, when you're allowing gas prices to go up, when you're allowing electricity prices to go up, and the recent one, when you're allowing water bills to go up, we're moving in the wrong direction. You're actually taking money away from people, not giving them money. And as a result of reducing the disposable income that people have, Mr. Speaker, it will not work. Thank you.
Member for Castries South.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion as presented by the member from Castries East and Minister of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, I want to do something with your permission. I want the member from Nico South to give me the same page that he just read. The entire nation heard him. The entire House heard him. Let me read it, Mr. Speaker, myself. Exactly what he claimed he read. And see if we come up with the same things that he just said. So if he doesn't mind, Mr. Speaker, it's a document of the House. Maybe you can share it with me and allow me to read it. Because, Mr. Speaker, like he said, this is not a new measure. It was already in place. It's a question of us, Mr. Speaker, extending it. So I want you to understand that this was a stimulus act. Of course, post-COVID, prices increased significantly, Mr. Speaker. Prices increased significantly. And it meant as prices increase, there would be pressures, and therefore people would be able to spend less, and the construction sector can contract and affect economic activity in the country. So those were measures taken, Mr. Speaker. But listen to what the Social and Economic Review says, and compare it to what he says. Although growth in the construction sector slowed, although it slowed, growth slowed. They didn't say that growth declined. It slowed. The level of construction activity expanded in 2025. Does that mean that the stimulus actions failed? Because he's saying it failed. We should not do it. We should stop doing it. It has failed. But this says,
I'm sorry. Member from Mico South.
Mr. Speaker,
Point of order is.
the member is misleading the House. I have no difficulty in giving him the document to read for him to put his own interpretation on it. Okay? I said specifically that public sector construction increased.
But let me
But the
finish.
fact is that
But
residential
what,
and
what is the misleading?
because this stimulus was not a
No, member, hold on.
General.
Member from Mico South, hold on.
Yes, Mr.
You began your point of order by saying he was misleading the House. I'm merely asking you which part of what he said was misleading.
Oh, I thought I'd made myself clear. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Is that the stimulus, as he's called it, Mr. Speaker, was targeted to households, not to the general
Where you get that
construction. So this stimulus is not really for all the construction because the hotel developments that are
Remember,
that it's really free.
Remember, aren't you guilty of exactly what you're accusing of putting your own interpretation on something?
No, I'd like not to.
No, that's not the question I'm asking you.
The stimulus was directed to households. The bigger construction companies.
But your basis for that is what?
What's that?
That the stimulus was directed specifically to households.
Yes, when you look at the list of commodities, they're specifically to
That
households.
cement is used by
So,
everybody.
okay.
Okay, so, all right. So, Mr. Speaker, I was going to read exactly what was there. But he's now saying that his point was that it worked in other areas, but for household, it didn't work anywhere. So I'm telling you, let me read it again for you. So it says, the level of construction activity expanded in 2025 with increased momentum in public infrastructure investments, while there was a slowdown in private sector activity. Now, a slowdown meant if in 2024 I expanded by 10%, but in 2025 I expanded by 6%, then obviously the rate of growth slowed down because it was 10% the year before, but it was 6% in 2025. It does not mean that it declined. If you had come and said it showed that despite the stimulus, it declined, it meant that the stimulus is not working. But the fact that there was still an increase means that the stimulus is working. It didn't work as much as it did in 2024, but it certainly worked in 2025. And it goes on. Following significant growth of 10.7% in 2024, preliminary estimates, show that the real value added in the construction sector grew at a decelerated rate of 1% in 2025. It still grew. But it grew at a smaller rate. I mean, it goes on to say, as another indicator, well, let me read this one for you. As a leading indicator, the value of imports of construction materials rose by 4.9% in 2025 compared to 2024. Now, it tells you in 2029 that the value of imports actually grew, 2025 grew over 2024. How can you say that is evidence that the stimulus is not working?
So the value is because the prices went up. So you're already saying it declined.
The prices did not go up because you removed the VAT. Anyway,
Imported prices.
so you want me to continue?
Imported prices. If there was VAT before.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think. But the point is, no, come on. I think I've made my point already. That the stimulus, Mr. Speaker.
About the land being leased and you want to come and talk to the house into rent. Come on.
Well, are you making a point of order?
No. So, Mr. Speaker, the stimulus has worked. It worked best in 2024. There was a slowdown of the growth rate in 2025. Mr. Speaker, it has been renewed with the hope that it would continue to grow. We hope it will grow even more than it did in 2024. But, Mr. Speaker, it shows from the data, from the same text, that it has worked. It is working, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, you either take what the evidence says, Mr. Speaker, or we follow your advice, Mr. Speaker. And I don't have to tell you which of the two would be the better choice, Mr. Speaker. But certainly, you read this and you did not read it exactly as how it is stated, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Grosley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods for the period commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and terminating on the 31st day of May 2026. Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentary representative for Grosley, I am duty-bound to support this motion. This is because, Mr. Speaker, the removal of such a motion would only bring undue stress to anyone who is trying to develop in any sustainable way the livelihoods of the people of their constituency, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, this has nothing to do with me or an election or anything else but the livelihood of the people of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, this government instituted a housing repair program. And Mr. Speaker, people from Labon and Moshi and Grosley Town and Monnier, Granivier, Asukanal, Montsepa, they came in droves to indicate that their roofs were leaking, that the flooring that they walked on was sinking, that the partitioning in their homes dividing a male child from a female child had dilapidated. And they came to the office saying, Mr. Minister, can you help me repair my home? Mr. Speaker, there were elderly people in Montsepa, elderly people in Monjiro and Redri and Sugar City that could not afford simple repairs, Mr. Speaker. And so, with this government's intervention and the zero rating of some of those materials, Mr. Speaker, I was able to help individuals with a few sheets of galvanized, Mr. Speaker, so that in the hurricane season that we're about to face, they don't have to put a pot or a pan on the floor to catch water. And sometimes I wonder if individuals take cognizance of the things they say. Because what is your solution? What is your recommendation in this house today? What are you saying this government should do? Should we allow this concession to expire? What are you telling the people of Mikud South today? What are you telling them? Are you telling them that it would be better if we let this expire and the prices go up, Mr. Speaker? And so, Mr. Speaker, I sat down in amazement, Mr. Speaker. Amazement at the notion that earlier I heard the very same individual say that this government has done nothing for the livelihoods of people in this country. In this hard economic time and the Strait of Hormuz being closed, we've done nothing. And I reflect on the price of a tank of gas, Mr. Speaker, currently hovering about $30, $35. Without the subsidies placed by this government, it would be over $75 for a tank of gas in this country. And we sat down and heard individual postulate, intimate, somehow indicate that we are not doing anything for the livelihoods of our people in this country. And then a few minutes later, intimate that we should not have done this, Mr. Speaker, today. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think about the government of which I sit part of. The removal of VAT and sanitary napkins, they were against it, Mr. Speaker. They said that we were doing it to get information on students, Mr. Speaker. Never did I hear anybody repudiate those statements, Mr. Speaker. In this lovely island, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we sat and this Prime Minister indicated that the price of sporting equipments were too high in this country. And we remove VAT on footballs, on boots, Mr. Speaker, and socks for our young children, Mr. Speaker, so that they can train daily. We remove VAT on sporting equipment so that they can better themselves and one day play in a World Cup as we see today, Mr. Speaker. And I sat down and listened to an individual who is supposed to be of sound mind indicate that this is somehow an issue in this country, Mr. Speaker. I sat down in amazement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this includes cement. As a parliamentary representative for Grosile, daily I am bombarded with the glut for road infrastructure in my constituency. People want better roads, Mr. Speaker. I have to say to them, I have 250 to 300 listed. I will get to you when I can. And if it means with this 0 rating that I can move a road from 1 inch, Mr. Speaker, I will take it on behalf of the people of Grosile, Mr. Speaker. And so I sit down there and wonder what the 45-minute spot was about. What is that about? I sat back and I went back to 2020 and I was wondering, what did I do to deserve 45 minutes of bloviation that made absolutely no sense to the discussion today for the people of our constituency, Mr. Speaker? And so, Mr. Speaker, when we look at this resolution, Mr. Speaker, we see lumber and plywood, galvanized and steel, Mr. Speaker, base metal mountings suitable for buildings, Mr. Speaker. We see gutters, Mr. Speaker. And we've been talking about sustainability, Mr. Speaker. And we still have households in our communities that still don't have proper guttering, Mr. Speaker. And it compromises the foundations of their buildings and their homes and the neighborhood as a whole, Mr. Speaker. And we know once that happens, it's a snowball effect in communities. We are ensuring that more people can do this, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the people of St. Lucia that we know that you are more clever and discerning than you often get credit for. I know that you pay attention to what is said and what is not said, Mr. Speaker. I want to encourage you to continue to hold fast, because the deception, the machinery, it may have seemed to have slowed down, but they are seeking to deceive. This St. Lucia Labour Party government is here for you. This measure will help you. And this measure will ensure that we continue to grow in infrastructure, in social life, and all aspects of our society. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have no choice but to support this motion. I thank you.
Member for Grosile, can you turn off your mic? Member for Soufrière Force-Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion before us, but I sat in amazement as I listened to the contribution from the member from Miku South, Mr. Speaker. And as I listened, somehow I get the impression that the member is not representing the people of Miku South. And I really didn't think that we would spend a lot of time debating that particular motion, because it is a motion that I believe that each and every one of us in this honorable house would have supported without even thinking, because of the reality on the ground. Mr. Speaker, I speak as a parliamentary rep for Soufrière Force-Jacques, but I also speak as the Minister with responsibility for consumer affairs. And I would want to quote from a short report that I received And I also want to speak as a member who represented just recently the retail sector, the hardware sector. Mr. Speaker, and I want to quote there from a report from my Consumer Affairs Department, and that's the analysis on building material. And I quote, "The analysis of building material reflected that the VAT removal policy helped cushion the impact of freight and other supply chain related costs. Businesses including M&C Home Depot, Fred's Lumber, Essential Hardware, and Total Construction Supplies reported that the policy supported consumer affordability and increased purchasing power. Although some fluctuation in prices occurred due to external economic pressures, the majority of suppliers maintained stable pricing structures. Businesses also noted that the policy encouraged construction activities and home improvement projects. The most significant and sustained price reductions were observed in reinforced steel concrete products. The prices of half-inch concrete steel rods declined steadily from a high of $20.44 to $16.52, while 5/8-inch steel rods experienced a reduction of more than 27%. Mr. Speaker, some of the prices and the reductions when we started in terms of lumber, treated lumber, 20 by 10 by 2, moved from $155 to $115.75. Mr. Speaker, lumber dress, 2 by 4 by 20, $97.78, and that was in 2024, and it is now selling at $65, Mr. Speaker. We have, and I'll say plywood, 3 by 4, it was $192, now $171.55. And Mr. Speaker, plywood, again 3/8, $115.83 to $106. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the tangible, maybe that is what the leader of the opposition wanted. He wanted the details. But maybe that's what he wanted. He wanted the Prime Minister to give him the details. But that's the details. But I want to say that means this gentleman is not going to his constituency office. Because I know that approximately 80% of the people who visit my office every constituency day are coming for this building material support, galvanized, cement, and I need to build a strategy in terms of how to deal with it. And maybe he's not in touch with the people that he's representing. So I do apologize to the people on his behalf for the poor representation that he presents, but he's not facing our reality. This particular policy direction of this government is one that is accepted by the entire community. And not only the consumers, as I said, but the business community has also welcomed it. Mr. Speaker, as a small island developing state, we import that inflation, and we pray every day. When you see that war that is going on there, for the first time, I'm praying for this President of the United States. I never thought that I would reach that stage. But that is what is happening now, so that this war comes to an end. The impact that it has on the lives of our people in St. Lucia. And I really want to thank the Prime Minister and the Cabinet for taking some of the policy decisions that we have taken to cushion the pressures on the lives of our people. You've heard the subsidy of flour that we continue having, the subsidy on cooking gas, subsidy of not putting VAT on electricity, and this is a government, all this is showing is this is a government that continue to put the people first. So I stand here and I want to say I support this motion wholeheartedly. I thank you.
Member for Vieux-Fort North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the resolution which extends the zero rating of VAT on the listed building materials. Mr. Speaker, I continue with a theme which was started by me and others around the table many, many years ago. It is not surprising, Mr. Speaker, that the Leader of the Opposition finds difficulty with this resolution. It is not surprising at all. The philosophy of the Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, we said it before, putting you first. Our tagline in the election of 2021. We did so, Mr. Speaker, because when we have been given the honor to govern this country, we focus on every individual, every family, every business, every community. We do not hide behind economic figures. We don't make excuses. When we have the social and economic review, we go to our constituencies and we try our very best to look at every family, look at their situation, and how best we can assist. I was very pleased, Mr. Speaker, when my colleague, the member for Grosile, and then the member for Soufrière, you heard her a while ago, gave examples. And I want to ask through you, I want to ask the Leader of the Opposition this question. Will he go to Deriso and say to a lady who wants a sheet of plywood to fix a house, would he go to this lady, look at her in the eyes, and tell her that this government's policy is not good? Will he go to his constituency in Duga and tell the people of Duga that he came to the House and did not support an extension of the VAT exempt for building materials, VAT exempt for building materials? Will he sit in his constituency office and say to the people of Miku South that this is a bad policy? Mr. Speaker, like the member for Miku, for Soufrière, every other individual who meets you tells you about their house. They want to strengthen their house. They want to assist their children. And this government is making it possible for the people of St. Lucia to purchase building materials VAT exempt without the VAT. And the Leader of the Opposition is against it. It goes again to the core of what they believe, Mr. Speaker. He does not believe that this individual, the mother, the father who's living alone and taking care of his children and who wants to improve his house, he does not believe that this is possible. Mr. Speaker, colleagues before me have spoken about the job creation impacts, sustaining the building boom, the construction stimulus, and my colleague from Castries South spoke about the construction stimulus. But all of these things are affecting real people. Real people focusing on families, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nous n'y a débat en caille parlement aujourd'hui. Avec gouvernement ça vient en parlement qui a dit nous avons tiré VAT en les galvanise, en les plywood, en les steel et en les l'autre article qui Jean cette ici qui a servi pour manger caillou avec pour oui bâti caillou. Mr. Speaker, mon parlement Mikou Saouf vini ici et qui a désolé koi et veut acheter tout avec nous parce qu'il pas veut nous faire ça by Jean pays cette ici. Ça n'a dit à Mr. Speaker. Comment dire en anglais? En chaque janvier for North là, yo parle ben moi. Et nous tous en caille parlement. Yo veut manger caillou. Yo veut gagner un sheet plywood. Yo veut gagner un galvanisme. Yo pas capable de tout bagaille. Mais regardez Moussa si ou ben moi tiendé. Moi kay faire l'instant. Avec gouvernement tirer vat là en laisser matériel. Fait plus bon marché avec leader opposition. Pas vle ça. Il veut gouvernement mettre vat en les matériaux. Comme ça Jean Dewisso, Jean Douga, leader opposition, même parlement, veut mettre vat en le galvanisme. Nous qu'a dit non. Nous qu'a dit tirer vat là pour ça gagner galvanisme là plus bon marché. Mais qu'a goumé avec nous, qu'a déchelé avec nous en caïco site, qu'a goumé, il sorti dehors parce qu'il pas aimé ça gouvernement qu'a fait by Jean Dewisso avec Jean tout partout au pays. Il pas aimé les affaires tirer vat en les matériaux, il parti, il sorti dehors. Comme ça, Monsieur Speaker, ça me qu'a dit ça c'est un bagage qui bon. Plus moun kay manger caillou, plus moun kay gagner galvanisme, plus moun kay gagner plywood parce que pour ya descend. Mon parlement souffouye, expliquez ba nous comment il a coûté, Mr. Speaker. Plywood, for example, from $192 to $171. Ou ka sauver là. From $115 to $106. L'argent ou ka sauver ou ça gagne un petit pain by issue, ou ça paye transport avec lui, avec les prix à monter, because il pas ni vat il plus aisé, plus meilleur pour nous gagner. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution, and again, it goes to the heart of what we believe in on this side. And you can hear the arguments of the Member of Parliament for Miku South. He does not see the individual. He does not see the young individual in every constituency who has a little house and they have a baby and want to add a little piece. 10 sheets of plywood, 5 sheets of galvanized. He does not see the amount of money that this young person can save as a result of this policy. What he sees is fighting. Il veut goumer avec opposition. Il can read toute qualité livre, economic review, just pour je payer cette ici, pas jouer un VAT exemplaire. I support this on behalf of my constituents, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to assisting them in the housing repair program. We cannot do everything all at once. And il y a chaque monde qui besoin aider avec Kayo, et nous kay faire konopé, we will get to most of you very soon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to belabor the points already made by my colleagues, but it would have been remiss of me if I did not stand to share or lend my voice in support of this bill before us. Mr. Speaker, having served as an opposition and government senator, and I was very happy that the member for Grizzly brought up that point, I remember making the case for the removal of VAT on sanitary napkins in 2020, August of 2020 thereabout. And the leader of the opposition, who was then the Prime Minister at the time, and his party ridiculed senators for making that argument. Fast forward, hundreds of young women have gone to the media, social media, applauded the efforts of this government to remove VAT on sanitary napkins. Immediately after that, we removed VAT on 5 sets of materials in the construction sector: galvanized, lumber, plywood, cement, and steel. 12.5% that goes back into the pockets of St. Lucians. But the leader of the opposition will stand here this evening, and I'm very pleased with the point that the member for Soufrière Force-Jacques mentioned. It does not seem that he's connected with the reality that affects St. Lucians. And it is so sad and baffling that he is so removed and exercises absolutely no empathy for the majority of St. Lucians who have to deal with the devastating effects of climate change. Castries Southeast, a constituency that I now have the pleasure of representing, was represented by his chief right-hand man for almost 15 years, never for once came into the Honorable House of Parliament and removed VAT on critical material when 90% of constituents will come knocking on your doors every single Wednesday, Mr. Speaker. On Constituency Day, I sometimes do my best and I get there for 7 a.m. Do you know what time I leave my office? About 10 p.m. on a Wednesday. And some people come and they are frustrated with the fact that the line is so long, they do not get to see the MP. One colleague said to me, Minister, I said I was passing and check you, but when I see the number of people there, I say, no, I cannot stop, because he too understands leaking roofs, galvanized flying, Castries Southeast, a constituency that has been said to be one of the most vulnerable constituencies in St. Lucia, feels the greatest impacts of climate change. Let's not forget what has happened. Let us not forget what has happened with the flooding. When you see flooding, heavy rainfalls, you can't pass through cul-de-sac. You cannot pass through Bexar. But the member of the leader of the opposition will say that this has no economic value, and I am baffled, Mr. Speaker, because this is a strong case, strong justification why the government has now added guttering to that list. In a climate where we are expecting to be in the hurricane season, Mr. Speaker, do you know what the forecasters are telling me as Minister for Agriculture? Prepare yourself for an El Nino. Last time we had an El Nino was about 2013. Do you know what an El Nino is? It is a super system that just transforms the entire climate. Unpredictable. Either you have extreme weather patterns of hurricanes or an extreme dry season. Unfortunately, their prediction is that we will have some severe dry weather. Every day that I wake up and I see it's raining, Mr. Speaker, I give thanks and praise to the Most High, because this is what my farmers want. But when a government comes into office, last term, and gave 1,000 gallon water tanks, and is now coming to you this term and removing VAT on guttering, so people of St. Lucia can engage in sustainable rainwater harvesting practices to ensure that we establish water security in this country. The leader of the opposition cannot understand that. He cannot understand that because of his inefficiencies in government, we are now struggling to ensure that the people of St. Lucia do not waste almost 50% of water through our water lines. And whilst the Prime Minister comes before Parliament and works out the arrangements to ensure that we fix our water lines, he is saying here is a sustainable measure to reduce VAT on guttering so St. Lucians can collect rainwater. Mr. Speaker, where I live now, we see pipe water for almost a month. But fortunately, some people have been able to invest in guttering. Now, if you add the 12.5 reduction from the guttering, from the galvanized, from the steel, from the cement, the lumber, and the plywood, you are telling me that thousands of dollars do not go back into the pockets of the people of St. Lucia? Mr. Speaker, I know that the Prime Minister came with a home repair program, and members on the government side, they were very happy at the time. I was not yet there. This time around, I have never seen so much support given to help us increase our support to people for events that we have absolutely no control over. And as Minister for Agriculture, I had to make a statement. I had to stand up, also Minister with responsibility for sustainable development, and encourage the people of St. Lucia to prepare. Ensure we engage in sustainable water practices. Make use of the government's endeavors to ensure that we reduce VAT on this guttering, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to share my voice and say that I fully support this. I am looking forward to it. And rest assured, for the people of St. Lucia, this is just one additional measure to show how we are cushioning the blow of the effects that we have absolutely no control over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will say thank members for supporting the VAT removal, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just what it highlights is that we see about this slide, we see about people. We know about the single mother who wants to buy one sheet of plywood. We know about the parent who can only buy 2 sheets of galvanized. All these people operate in what is called the informal economy. They do not go to the bank to take loans. They see about micro things, Mr. Speaker. And that is what is the leader of the opposition doesn't understand. These micro, these little things, he who feels it most knows it. These little things, there's one should apply. Well, Mr. Speaker, the guttering point is a very powerful point made by the member for Castries office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you have to think of what's coming in, and I guess if the El Nino situation gets worse, and if as projected there's a drought, they'll blame us, but we expect that. But Mr. Speaker, you understand that the value of guttering and then the removal of VAT on water tanks, which we have done, Mr. Speaker, and now on guttering, that would ensure that people can harvest water, Mr. Speaker, and help in the situation that's upcoming. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank members, and just to that contribution by the leader of the opposition shows that he doesn't understand what is happening in the economy. He doesn't understand St. Lucia. He doesn't understand the person who saves to buy 1 sheet of plywood. He doesn't understand the person who saves to buy a 2x4. He doesn't understand it. He has got no understanding of that reality. And when we say that these measures benefit people, Mr. Speaker, his contempt comes to the fore because he doesn't understand it. His contempt and his disregard and his arrogance come to the fore, Mr. Speaker, when he attacks us for these measures. Mr. Speaker, we are saying that the removal of VAT on building materials will help all sectors of the community. And I'm not saying it for myself, Mr. Speaker. You can ask any contractor. Sometimes there's a shortage of labor in this country as far as skilled labor is concerned. That is a fact, whether the leader of the opposition wants to believe it or not, Mr. Speaker. We have a discussion a few minutes ago with the member for Castries South. We always look for continuous improvements. We started with a few items, we increased it. But we are looking to improve. Mr. Speaker. We may look at policies to further boost housing. Very soon, we are going to be signing a contract we're going to be signing an arrangement with the Ministerial Development Bank for housing facility for middle and lower income housing, Mr. Speaker. But to throw scorn and contempt on a policy that will help a single mother to buy 1 sheet of plywood or to buy 2 sheets of galvanized, to cast it away with scorn and contempt because you do not understand what it means to live in a house where all you need is 1 sheet of galvanized, and the removal of the 12.5% on that sheet of galvanized will help you to buy it so you can put it, not cover, because you can't afford to cover. You can remove that galvanized sheet and put another one, Mr. Speaker, and stop your children from getting wet in the bed below you. But you scorn it and you throw jabs at it, you get personal, Mr. Speaker, just for your own personal means, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to seek to improve the quality of life of the people of St. Lucia. And whether it's by removal of VAT, whether it's by income tax deductions, whether it's by a minimum wage, whether it's by increasing the old age pensioners, whether it's by changing the minimum, by increasing the minimum pension rate, we'll continue and we will persevere in trying to improve the quality of life of the people of St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods for the period commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and terminating on the 31st day of May 2026, and for an additional period commencing from the 1st day of June 2026 and terminating on the 30th day of November 2030, a supply of goods under the following custom tariff headings. 25.23 cement, 3925.90.10 structural elements used in ceilings or roofs, 3925.90.20 gutters, 3925.90.30 electrical switch plates, 3925.90.90 other, 44.07 to 44.18 lumber and plywood, 44.20 to 44.21 lumber and plywood, 72.01 to 72.16 galvanized and steel, 73.01 to 73.18 galvanized and steel, 76.01 to 76.10 galvanized and steel, 76.16 other articles of aluminum, 8302.41.00 base metal mountings suitable for buildings. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave of the Honorable House to move motions 9 and 10, which relate to VAT and income tax, be consolidated and presented together for consideration of the House.
Honourable members, the question is that motions 9 and 10, which both deal with the same subject matter, be consolidated and presented as one motion. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas is provided under Section 46(4) of the Value-Added Tax Cap 15.4 to the Act, that any person who fails to pay tax, being the whole or part of the remainder of any tax due or payable under the Act, by the due date is liable to a penalty equal to 10% of the amount of tax due. And whereas it provided under Section 46(4)(a) of the Act, that the Minister responsible for Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, alter the rate of penalty under the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 46(4)(a) of the Act, that an order made pursuant to Section 46(4)(a) of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, and whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax alteration of rate of penalty number 2 order by an affirmative resolution of Parliament to alter the rate of penalty from 10% to 0% on the whole or part of the remainder of tax due or payable under the Act for the tax period before the ending on the 31st of December 2025, be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax alteration of rate of penalty number 2 order, which alters the rate of penalty from 10% to 0% on the whole or part of the remainder of tax due or payable under the Act for the tax periods before and ending on the 31st of December 2025. Second resolution, whereas it is provided under Section 43(1) of the Value-Added Tax Cap 15.42, that tax payable under the Act, which is not paid by the due date on which it becomes due and payable, bears interest at a rate of 1.25% per month or part of a month for the period during which it remains unpaid. And whereas is provided under Section 33(2) of the Act that the minister responsible for finance may, subject to the affirmative resolution of the House of Assembly and by order, alter the rate of interest under the Act. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax alteration of rate of interest number 2 order by an affirmative resolution of the House of Assembly to alter the rate of interest from 1.25% to 0% on tax payable which is not paid by the date on which it becomes due and payable for the period during which it remains unpaid for the tax period before and ending on the 31st December 2025. Be it resolved that the House of Assembly by affirmative resolution approves the draft value-added tax alteration of rate of interest number 2 order, which alters the rate of interest from 1.25% to 0% on tax payable which is not paid by the date on which it becomes due and payable for the period during which it remains unpaid for the tax periods before and ending on the 31st day of December 2025. Mr. Speaker, that these two resolutions, Mr. Speaker, deal with interest for businesses, value-added tax for businesses, and for individuals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me make it clear. VAT is collected by businesses on behalf of the government of St. Lucia, and it ought to be remitted back to the government because it's collected on behalf of the government. When that VAT that has been collected is not remitted to the government, there is an interest charge. That interest charge, Mr. Speaker, was 10%. 10%, Mr. Speaker, on unpaid VAT. The government decided, and later on, Mr. Speaker, there will be new incentives as it relates to income tax, both for the individual and for the business, Mr. Speaker. That 10%, although the business is at fault in that they should not have kept the money, they should have remitted it, but due to the fact that sometimes you understand that businesses may experience cash flow problems, we decided to let us wipe the slate clean. Let's wipe the slate clean, Mr. Speaker, and say any VAT, any business that owes VAT up to December 2025, the interest would be 0. So the money you collected, you pay to the government, and there is 0 interest, Mr. Speaker. That should help you alleviate the problems of cash flow by adding the 10% interest on it, Mr. Speaker. That's a policy that will have two things. It can cause two effects. One, it will improve the balance sheets of the businesses, in that in their payable section, they will have to accrue in their payables VAT due to the government. In that figure, they will have to include the interest that they owe on the VAT. By eliminating that 10%, the business's balance sheet will improve on the liability side in terms of VAT owed to the government. So we're giving them an opportunity to pay it off. Removing 10%, Mr. Speaker. Basically removing 10% of what they owe the government as far as VAT is concerned, Mr. Speaker. This policy, Mr. Speaker, is a bold policy, Mr. Speaker. It's, if I can use a word that they want to use, is visionary. And it's practical. It's practical. It can work. It works instantly. It's like Nescafe. Instant, Mr. Speaker. The business can see instant support. The government's give it instant coffee. It's instant. You owe me my money. If you owe me, you know. But I'm saying to you, even though you owe me, I am removing 10% to assist you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that businesses take advantage of that incentive and do not get misled. Do not get misled, Mr. Speaker, because you know what will be said. Do not get misled. So we say to the businesses to please, Mr. Speaker, pay their VAT interest-free. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is individuals that owe the government for taxes. On these taxes, the interest rate was 1.25% per month. Per month, Mr. Speaker. The last time I heard that interest was a document I saw for St. Jude's. $70 million, and the interest rate is 1% per month to be paid over 12 months. And God save St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. That didn't come into being. $70 million, 1% per month. We are saying, Mr. Speaker, that the interest rate of 1.5% per month on unpaid taxes. So sometimes you find if somebody owes, and if you work the maths, you'll find that sometimes the interest and the penalties on the tax that you owe sometimes is higher than the original taxation itself. So we're saying to the to people now, individuals, if you owe taxes, we are removing the interest rates. So you pay the government what you owe them without any interest. You owe the government what you owe them. And that means that 1.5%, Mr. Speaker, due per month on these unpaid taxes, Mr. Speaker, up to the 31st day of December 2025. Mr. Speaker, we are saying that interest rate is reduced to zero, Mr. Speaker. These two bills, Mr. Speaker, will assist both the households and individuals, Mr. Speaker, in helping them to meet their obligations to the government of St. Lucia for taxes due. And it will end in December, up to December 2025, Mr. Speaker, and further up to December 2025. It will end, Mr. Speaker, and further, we are saying to these people, we are giving you up to December 2027 to pay your taxes. There has never been, I can say that any fear of favor, regardless of the cynics and the critics. There has never been any such comprehensive tax amnesty in recent times in St. Lucia. There's never been such comprehensive tax amnesty. The government is saying, let's work with the private sector and let's work with individuals to meet their liabilities. And later on, Mr. Speaker, we're going to come to this Honorable House with a particular project or particular structure to deal with the tax amnesty. The tax amnesty has had some reasonable results, collected about $100 million. But that is a lot more is owed to the government of St. Lucia. That's what we've collected from since the amnesty started. It's $100 million more. The policy is further expanded, and then we will come to the Parliament with a comprehensive project on how we will make the tax amnesty more agile, more reachable so that more people and more businesses can benefit from it, Mr. Speaker. I urge members to support these two pieces of legislation that will further reduce the burden on the taxpayer of St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax alteration of rate penalty number 2 order, which alters from the 2nd day of May 2026 to the 31st day of December 2027 the rate of penalty from 10% to 0% on the whole or part of the remainder of tax due or payable under the Act for tax periods before and ending on the 31st day of December 2025. And the second question is that the House of Assembly, by affirmative resolution, approve the draft value-added tax alteration of rate of interest number 2 order, which alters from the 2nd day of May 2026 to the 31st day of December 2027 the rate of interest from 1.25% to 0% on tax payable, which is not paid by the date on which it becomes due and payable for the period during which it remains unpaid for the tax periods before and ending on the 31st day of December 2025. Member from Eagle South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a slight correction, Mr. Speaker. Certainly in all my years that I've been in Parliament, Senator, and as elected member, there's been a multitude of tax amnesties. Because I think that is, I'm sure, previous Minister of Finance, Dr. Anthony's previous Minister of Finance, when we get in there, it's not difficult to not see this big number of receivables. And all of us, say, okay, how can we make concessions even if you're collecting cents on the dollar? This is money that is lost. So I want to say I empathize with the Prime Minister and the government. But I think it's also fair to say, Mr. Speaker, that we've not succeeded. The number still remains a very, very big number. It's questionable whether people are going to pay the money. They've gotten away with it for this long. And the reality is, and it's not being derogatory to anyone, okay? It's just the reality, that for businesses, if they have to go and pay this tax now, that may have come at the cost of something else. And it's something that they're going to weigh off, both on an individual basis, Mr. Speaker, and on a business basis. So I want to commend the Prime Minister for making this last-ditched effort, because I know he has said it a couple of times that this was the final one, and he's continued, and I applaud him for his perseverance. And I think that if we can convince anyone, I want to lend the opposition's voice to that, to say that anyone who owes taxes and businesses, etc., I encourage you to take advantage of this very generous offer by the current government to settle your affairs. But I also think that we need to reflect, and maybe we collectively didn't do a good enough job of that, is in tightening up the collection moving forward, so we're not continuously accumulating these kinds of monies. And I can just say to you, Mr. Speaker, and for whatever benefit it may be to the Prime Minister, simplification of the tax code goes a long ways in being able to help in doing that. When there are multitude of deductibles and all kinds of interpretations and words that really don't sometimes have clear definitions, Mr. Speaker, that there leaves an ambiguity, and that ambiguity carries on, and before you know it, 3, 4, 5 years goes by and we've not collected the level of taxation. This is something that we have to address moving forward in the future. And I want to say here, when I was going to become Prime Minister, I did make this statement. I have never denied it that I made that statement. It's in our manifesto that the goal was to reduce VAT and eventually eliminate VAT. And upon coming into government, Mr. Speaker, and meeting with CARTAC, with the Ministry of Finance people, they gave me a lecture explaining the efficiency of a VAT system. Because in essence, you're collecting the tax at the point of entry versus my intention of doing a sales tax would have waited, and the assessment of the sales tax becomes much more difficult and the collection becomes even that much more difficult. And I say that because I think that income tax and corporate tax should be perceived in the same way, and that we have to find a way to introduce a fairer tax and one that's going to be more resilient to persons who are trying to avoid paying taxes. And I certainly want to say to the government, the opposition will stand ready to support any such amendments. The Prime Minister said they're going to be coming with some new ideas. I look forward to hearing them, and hopefully this is something that we could put behind us. And I wish the government all the luck in collecting as much money. And I certainly want, from our position, to encourage persons to use this amnesty, one of many, but I have to say that this is a very generous one, and some of the penalties have been avoided, etc. So if there's ever a time to settle it, today's the time to be able to settle it. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I urge members to support the resolution.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax alteration of rate of penalty number 2 order, which alters from the 2nd day of May 2026 to the 31st day of December 2027, the rate of penalty from 10% to 0% on the whole or part of the remainder of tax due or payable under the Act for the tax periods before and ending on the 31st day of December 2025. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, second resolution. Question is that the House of Assembly, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax alteration of rate of interest number 2 order, which alters from the 2nd day of May 2026 to the 31st day of December 2027, the rate of interest from 1.25% to 0% on tax payable, which is not paid by the date on which it becomes due and payable for the period during which it remains unpaid for the tax periods before and ending on the 31st day of December 2025. And I'll put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment.
St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment.
Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. And now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise to to present to this Honorable House amendments to the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Act number 12 of 2020 to allow the St. Lucia Tourism Authority to engage in organizational restructuring for strengthening its human resource composition to effectively deliver its mandates. Mr. Speaker, the tourism sector has been undergoing institutional reforms, reviewing organizational structures, as well as policy and legislation to effect changes to deliver the policy objectives of the government of St. Lucia for tourism development. There are some landmark activities we have undertaken as a government to develop tourism to improve the lives of our people. From since taking office in July 2021 to now, the sector has been evolving, opening doors for St. Lucians to own and operate their own businesses. And at this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to applaud the successes of the Community Tourism Agency. At the same time, we continue to facilitate foreign investments that complement our tourism landscape, bringing in world-class products like Lifeco, newly opened at Mount Pimad and will be launched in short order. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have made deliberate attempts at destination development to close the gaps which many have lamented. Mr. Speaker, you only have to take a drive up the Mon to see the view at the Mon, which shines as a beacon, Mr. Speaker. As for Lookout Point, our first attempt at a green tourism project is preparing for completion and commissioning. The new vendors facility and toilet block at the Rump in Ridgeway, the beach park at Mount Pimad, Mr. Speaker, all of these have been completed and will be launched in the coming days. The Masha Artisan Village is also nearing completion, and the Underwater Sculpture Park Phase 1 is wrapping up and will be installed before the commencement of the new tourist season. These development activities will support the transformation required and provide more livelihood opportunities to our people. Mr. Speaker, the announcement last week, which took many by storm, is just the beginning. This partnership between St. Lucia and Arsenal is a game changer and will not only position St. Lucia within the worldwide context, but will provide hope and opportunity to many young St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, maybe you would allow me the leeway to say a few more words on the St. Lucia Arsenal partnership. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, his announcement created a storm, Mr. Speaker. Globally, it was received with tremendous applause. We have received, Mr. Speaker, significant interest from all over the world, wanting to know, first and foremost, how was St. Lucia able to deliver such a coup? And of course, so many interests wanting to know exactly what's involved in it and how we are going to implement such a tremendous opportunity that we got, Mr. Speaker. But equally, Mr. Speaker, they've been the disturbing voices in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And I think maybe tonight I should take the opportunity in the context of speaking about tourism development to address some of the issues that have been presented, Mr. Speaker. And in particular, I read a posting from United Park, which is a mouthpiece of the opposition and personally sanctioned by the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. You would have known about it, Mr. Speaker. For every day it's an attack on Ernest Hilaire, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, Philip J. Pierre and Richard Frederick and Stevenson King, Mr. Speaker. But that's okay because that's our business. We expect to be attacked and abused, although sometimes you don't appreciate some of the, the effects on your family and everything else, Mr. Speaker. But what really disturbed me about it, Mr. Speaker, is that it is a continuation of a creation of a culture of gloom and doom, Mr. Speaker, that everything we do in St. Lucia must be decried, must be desecrated, and must be denigrated, Mr. Speaker. That is a very dangerous tendency that is emerging in this country, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes I sit back and I wonder, why is this battle being fought over and over with the same tactics? You lost in 21, 15-2 using those tactics. You lost again in December 2025 with the same tactics, but it is not stopping, Mr. Speaker. And we see evidence of it even today, Mr. Speaker. But I've said repeatedly that we've been through this before. And I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, my own experiences. I remember when we were building the National Cricket Ground, when we were building it, Mr. Speaker, you'd recall we were also getting ready to build the National Stadium in Vieux-Fort. The opposition crucified the government that we should not take away the cricket ground from Masha, from Indo-Philip Park, that we should leave it there. Even when we explained that St. Lucia could not even host international cricket anymore because we did not meet the requirements for international cricket, especially broadcasting. You were there. You know it very well, Mr. Speaker. And we tried to explain we had to build a modern cricket ground. And then when we presented the evidence that St. Lucia could not host international cricket anymore, and we needed to build a new facility, they said we were wrong to go to Grosile. They said and yeah, they tried to create a conflict between between the member for Castries East and the former rep for Grosile, Mario Michel. And we had to explain to them that we had to locate the cricket ground, not just in one of the driest areas, but it had to be close to where the hotel rooms were available, because there are requirements as to how far players would be allowed to travel to go and play cricket matches. And no, we were supposed to build it in Vieux-Fort, because most people who play cricket are in Vieux-Fort. And we had to explain to them to drive on a morning to Vieux-Fort to play cricket, drive up in the evening, drive back down in the morning was unacceptable. And they went on and on and on. We should not build it at Grosile. And then, Mr. Speaker, they said we were going to spend too much money on it, Mr. Speaker. That was a waste of money to spend so much money on a cricket ground. And we explained to them we had the vision, the dream, that St. Lucia would produce its first international cricketer through the cricket ground, using that as inspiration and using that as motivation and providing the best facilities. And they laughed at us. They laughed at us, Mr. Speaker. And then when we said we were building a national stadium where it is built now, we again crucified. We should not build it there. We should build it by the brewery. And we had to explain to them, you have to do tests for wind speed. When you're locating a stadium, it doesn't make sense to build a stadium somewhere where every race is wind assisted and you cannot have any records at that stadium. So you have to locate it in a suitable space. There was intense discussion in St. Lucia. We told them through the national stadium, we will have an Olympic champion. And they laughed at us, Mr. Speaker. Laughed at us. St. Lucia became the first cricket ground. I can never forget. This is Desmond Skip, Leo Clark, myself. We went to Grenada, who had just built a new stadium, looked at their stadium, critiqued it, and helped us design one in St. Lucia that would have compensated for all the deficiencies we saw. St. Lucia became the first cricket ground in the Caribbean to have a sun cap, the first cricket ground to have lights, the first one-day international night game was played in St. Lucia. You were there? Yeah, it's for true. You were. So, Mr. Speaker, they laughed at us because they said our dreams were fanciful, that it couldn't be done, Mr. Speaker. But we told them we had a dream of having an international cricketer. And when we chose Darren Sammy and he went up to England, I don't have time to give you all the details of it, but the member from Castries East played a pivotal role in making that happen, Mr. Speaker. Giving him a job at the Ministry of Commerce, Tourism Authority, giving him a stipend. All of that we took licks for. But we said we had a dream, we had a vision of producing an international cricketer. They laughed at us, Mr. Speaker. But it happened. Darren Sammy became our first international cricketer. He became a captain of West Indies. He won 2 World Cups. We've had 2 under-19 captains. We've had other players play for West Indies. What started off as a dream and a vision of where we can take our country materialize. The same thing with the National Stadium. And when a member from Denry North had put in place a facility to support Julian Alfred when she was going to Jamaica, because he foresaw, along with the other technical people, that she could become an Olympian. When in 2016 we lost the elections, the government of United Workers' Party under the member for Miku South stopped the payments to her. Remember the NLA and all that debate at that time? 8 years later, she wins gold at the Paris Olympics. Because you can have a dream, you can start working hard in pursuit of that dream, you have your roadmap, there'll be ups and downs, there'll be challenges, but if you persevere, you can achieve that dream, Mr. Speaker. And we did that, Mr. Speaker. I remember discussions, Mr. Speaker, about ROI. Why are we spending so much money on the cricket ground? We can use that money for all other purposes. And everything for them is ROI, ROI, ROI. People don't even know what ROI stands for, Mr. Speaker. You know, and again, the leader of the opposition, I cannot help but remind him, and we keep saying that to him, and the Prime Minister said it this morning, that practice now of destroying St. Lucia's reputation and dragging it down, and everything we do, if we're doing the infrastructure option, bring it down. If we're doing this, destroy it. Everything is so wrong and wrong about St. Lucia. Doom and gloom. Let me tell you, in this side, this government, when challenges are ahead, we work harder. We work harder. We sit down, we discuss, we debate, and we batten down. And we work hard to solve those problems. We don't see doom and gloom. We see opportunity. And that's how we approach our work, Mr. Speaker. So, I remember Cricket World Cup, Mr. Speaker. You know about that. And the member from Miku South, I don't know if he wants me to tell this house about our experiences during Cricket World Cup. He was one of those who stood up in a room at the old St. Lucian Hotel and said, we can never host Cricket World Cup successfully in St. Lucia. We cannot do anything right in this country. I was CEO of Cricket World Cup St. Lucia. I stood up to him and I took him on. That we cannot do anything right in this country. We can never get it done. At the end of Cricket World Cup, we was the best venue. So much so, the ICC chose me to be the tournament director for the T20 2010 World Cup because St. Lucia had done so well, Mr. Speaker. He didn't believe St. Lucia can ever achieve anything. He didn't believe we could have hosted Cricket World Cup successfully in St. Lucia. And there's more I can say, but I won't say it today, Mr. Speaker. So, you're hearing it again. Arsenal deal. Tell us how much money y'all spend. What's in it? You know, there's nothing in that for St. Lucia. They took the money, they could have spent it on all the different things you could have spent on ROI. The same people who believe if you help single mothers, you must say what's the ROI on helping single mothers. You know, if you help poor people, you must give the ROI on it. You heard the member from Miku South today about ROI. What's the ROI? What's the ROI? You know, sometimes there's faith and belief beyond just numbers. I remember I was permanent secretary when we were discussing building the cricket ground. And a report was presented saying, do not build the national cricket ground because the ROIs does not show it will be feasible. We'll never be able to maintain it. The returns to St. Lucia will be too poor. Do not invest that monies in it. The report was presented. And Dr. Anthony, his usual style, you know, let it flow. And we end up building the cricket ground. But ROI showed we should not have built the national cricket ground. It meant we would never have had a Darren Sammy, we would never had all the successes we've had in cricket. So, Mr. Speaker, we reach at that same juncture again. Do we have faith in our capacity? Do we have faith in our capabilities as St. Lucians to achieve? We have shown in the past we can do it. We have shown that we can achieve great things, Mr. Speaker, when we work together as a people, as a country, Mr. Speaker. We have shown it. We've produced Julian Alfred, we've produced Darren Sammy, we've produced other West Indian cricketers. And we will produce more, Mr. Speaker. And we have to believe that we can achieve, Mr. Speaker. So this opportunity has come up. We've been planning for this in government for years. We said we wanted to take St. Lucia and position St. Lucia where all over the world, when people are thinking of traveling, at the fore of their mind among the countries they're thinking about, St. Lucia is there. When people are thinking of investing, at the front of their minds, St. Lucia is there. In creative arts, St. Lucia is there. In the culinary arts, St. Lucia is there. In our exports, whether it's sea moss, whether it's cocoa, whether it is chocolate, whatever it is, St. Lucia will be there. Let's find a way to position St. Lucia so we are at the forefront. Let us put ourselves on that pedestal, small as we may be, limited in population, in resources, in size, but we have shown that greatness can be beyond those limiting factors. Our history has shown it, whether it's Derek Walcott or Arthur Lewis, and all the other luminaries we've had. We have shown that we can achieve, Mr. Speaker, and we must be brave on the world stage, Mr. Speaker. We must believe in ourselves, Mr. Speaker. So we decided we were going to have a global marketing fund. We're going to create a fund that will finance a global marketing program that will place St. Lucia. And we went out and we strategically put St. Lucia out there, that we were ready for business. And Mr. Speaker, we've gotten interest, club from Italy, club from France. We got Arsenal from London. Mr. Speaker, we've got Formula One team interested in partnership with St. Lucia. This is just one, the first one we've done, Mr. Speaker. The first one. And we align and agree to a partnership with Arsenal, Mr. Speaker. But what's in the partnership, Mr. Speaker? There is in the partnership marketing and promotion for St. Lucia. Within the stadium, Mr. Speaker, all the promotion or the advertising that we will get, the value of which, Mr. Speaker, is significant. The interview backboards, Mr. Speaker, every other week, St. Lucia will get global coverage and promotion, Mr. Speaker. The value of that we can never pay for as a country, Mr. Speaker. Never pay for, Mr. Speaker.
Boxing in Paradise.
I'll come to boxing in paradise, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, there is within that partnership opportunities for investment promotion never been offered to this country before. For us to meet investment partners, and we've already started speaking with them, Mr. Speaker, to come to St. Lucia to invest, to work with St. Lucia, to place us on that global pedestal, Mr. Speaker. The value of that is unparalleled, Mr. Speaker. There is the whole brand promotion of St. Lucia. St. Lucia being present, Mr. Speaker, in a stadium every other weekend. St. Lucia being present, Mr. Speaker, in other capitals of the world, Mr. Speaker. That again has considerable value. And Mr. Speaker, in terms of sports development, let me say a little bit about it, Mr. Speaker. The fact that Arsenal will establish an academy in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, in St. Lucia, meaning that elite young footballers from throughout the Caribbean will be asked to come to St. Lucia for intensive elite camps with the hope that they may be good enough that they can go up to London and join the academy there, Mr. Speaker. Just think about it, Mr. Speaker. What that can do for not just St. Lucia, but the entire Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. And I'll come to link that to something else, Mr. Speaker. Our female team is not only about young men. There will be a competition in London called Let Her Inspire You Cup, where our female team will join in from the quarterfinals, Mr. Speaker. Bringing in our women as well as our young men. Not only young men, young women as well, Mr. Speaker. And of course, there is the community development aspect. The extensive work being done by Arsenal in London among young people, social problems, and all the other challenges. Come in and work with us in St. Lucia to try out some of the programs they've had over there and to ensure we deal with some of our social problems. I'm trying to give you a summary, Mr. Speaker, of all what's involved in this. But at the end of it, Mr. Speaker, put aside the tourism, marketing, and promotion, Mr. Speaker. St. Lucia can't go to the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup. We can't go. Curacao is there, Mr. Speaker. 160,000 people, a smaller population than us, and we defeated them, Mr. Speaker. And they had the World Cup. And when I say that, they tell me, you will never reach the World Cup. And I smile because they said we would never have a West Indies cricketer. We would not have a Julian Alfred. And we achieved it. And I believe we can achieve it. Our players may not be those playing domestically, but our youngsters can leave here and go and play for professional teams because of the training and development they get through the Arsenal Academy. So when we call upon them, they'll be available for us. Almost half of Curacao team actually live overseas. They're Dutch. All? I don't know. You say anything, I don't listen. So, you know, I know a significant number of them are there, you know, Mr. Speaker. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, no, I read on the team, so I can tell you the exact number, I can tell you which teams they play for. But the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to take our youngsters and make sure that they develop and they can now play professionally overseas, Mr. Speaker, so when we need them to come for our World Cup campaign, they can come back home and play. We have to believe we can do it. And we're going to sit and have a plan and a roadmap as to how we're going to achieve it. You know, cycles are every 4 years for a World Cup. It might not be the next cycle, it might not be the one after, but maybe the first cycle. So the 8-year-olds, the 9-year-olds, the 10-year-olds in St. Lucia, they may be the ones that will represent us. We'll probably start with the Olympics first. We almost qualified for the Olympics many years ago. Ulhampton was president of the FA then. I don't know if you all remember this, honorable members. I think you were probably Minister of Sports at that time. We almost qualified for the Olympics. We can do it, Mr. Speaker. We have to dream that we can do it. And we have created the opportunities where it can happen, Mr. Speaker. So if you want to say to me, it will never happen, I'm not swayed by this. I know it can happen, Mr. Speaker. I know it can happen because we have dreamt before, we have acted before, and we've achieved before, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot of them asked me, how much did St. Lucia pay for this? Now, you know, I can easily give you a number, but I won't do it necessarily, Mr. Speaker, because, like I said, you engage in commercial discussions, and it's not necessary for you to just release. And I said so when we were discussing GPH, and I said so when we were discussing Galaxy. This government will not develop a reputation of negotiating with partners and then just release it, Mr. Speaker, in the public. The leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, and see his reaction. Did he ever tell St. Lucians how much we're paying the St. Lucia Kings that he signed? Never did. Never did. And I will not do it. No, I will not do it. I will stick to the principle of not doing those things. Did he ever tell you how much the horse races cost that were hosted in Vieux-Fort? Never did. And if you did, you lied. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. If you did, you gave a false figure.
You know the number.
I will not do it. That's not how we do our business, Mr. Speaker. That's not how we do our business, Mr. Speaker. You know, you will never, you know, let me tell you something. Mr. Speaker, you know, we try to do our business in a way where people will respect St. Lucia. St. Lucia set certain standards in how we conduct ourselves and how we manage our business. The leader of the opposition has never, up to this day, has never admitted he signed a DSH agreement. Never admitted it. Never admitted it. Never admitted it. Remember all that back and forth about the DSH agreement? He said it was a fake agreement we had. And when we got into government, we still could not have gotten all that they signed. It took us a while to get all the agreements that he had signed. Never gave any information out to anybody. Never did, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to argue too much about cost versus benefit. We have established, we did our costings, we did our valuations, and we are convinced that the arrangement we have, the agreement we have, far outweighs what we are paid, Mr. Speaker. Far outweighs it. And the possibility it creates are beyond, Mr. Speaker, reasonableness, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not going to engage in any big argument, Mr. Speaker, with the leader of the opposition. One of them posted and said to me, who you think you're fooling? Which people travel because of sports? And I said, really? Just look at the World Cup taking place in the United States. Look at Boston with the Scots. Look at the Brazilians. Look at the Argentines who travel for sports. Oh, why y'all believe people will travel to St. Lucia? Because you have a partnership with Arsenal. But why do people use athletes and celebrities to promote their products? Because they understand the psyche of people associating products with individuals they have affinities for, and that they will travel. But I want him to answer me. How many people have ever traveled to a country because you have an airport terminal? Think about it. This is a man who's going to spend, who proposed, the member, from Mico South, almost $1 billion on a terminal. Almost $1 billion on a terminal. Now, you need a good terminal, huh? You need to be efficient. People need to come in and get out as quickly as possible. You understand? You need one. But you don't need to spend $1 billion on one because nobody comes to your island because you have a beautiful terminal. But you want me to show you why will people come to St. Lucia? Because we're doing sports branding. But I'm not going to go into any big discussion on that. What is of importance to me is that we as St. Lucians must make this work. We must make sure it delivers for us. I want a dialogue in this country. I want people to give us ideas, give us suggestions as to how we can activate this and make it worthwhile. Tell us how to make the academy work. Tell us what can we do to make this work. I want suggestions. I want ideas, Mr. Speaker. I will not engage in a dishonest conversation, Mr. Speaker, about ROI and about some of those arguments, Mr. Speaker. I want persons to say to me, Minister, you all have made this investment. This is how it should be made. These are my ideas. These are my suggestions. Because I believe it can work. I know it can work, and I know it will work in tourism, in sports development, in investment promotion, in brand promotion, in community development. It will work, Mr. Speaker, and I'm confident it will. So let me just say, Mr. Speaker, as far as the Arsenal partnership is, I'm super excited about the future. And I'm looking forward to the Minister of Sports and the AFA sitting down and putting together the roadmap for us for the future and make sure this works. I'm looking forward to the SLTA. And one of the reasons why we are here today is to make sure that the SLTA is structured and properly organized to be able to exploit those opportunities, Mr. Speaker. So that is essentially what these amendments are about, Mr. Speaker. Because since the commissioning, Mr. Speaker, of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority in 2017, Mr. Speaker, the SLTA has had the opportunity to execute its mandate, and together with other agencies, it has kept the destination relevant in the regional and international markets. And this Arsenal partnership will take us, Mr. Speaker, to a global level that we have never been in before, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, our current organizational structure, Mr. Speaker, has to be able to be adapted, transformed, to be able to deliver the results for our people, Mr. Speaker. When the SLTA Act was established in 2017, it outlined at Section 22 the employees of the authority as follows. 1. The Chief Executive Officer shall appoint at such remuneration and on such terms and conditions as may be approved by the board a Chief Corporate Officer, a Chief Financial Officer, and other employees as the board considers necessary for the performance of the functions and powers of the authority. The Act also outlined the functions of the Chief Corporate and the Chief Financial Officers. Mr. Speaker, in the previous dispensation, that is before we came in, and particularly under the Tourism Industry Development Act, Cap 1532, which was repealed in 2017 by the Central Tourism Authority Act, number 8 of 2017, at Section 12, Appointment of Director, Secretary, and Staff of the Board, it states that the staff of the board shall consist of the Director of Tourism, a Secretary, and such other officers and other employees as may be requisite for the proper exercise and carrying out of the powers and duties of the board. So the previous legislation provided by legislation for a director, a secretary, and for other staff. I want us to go back, Mr. Speaker, to what was being discussed at the time when that structure was abandoned by the previous administration. At that time, Mr. Speaker, you'd remember a lot was being said. There was talk right here in this Honorable House that we should close down, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism, Mr. Speaker, and that all the functions would have moved to the SLTA, Mr. Speaker. A lot was said. But of course, Mr. Speaker, it never really came to fruition, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that the structure that was created since then has worked for St. Lucia. There are shortcomings and we're going to correct them today, but it has worked largely, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the team that we have, from the Permanent Secretary to the Chairman to the CEO and all the staff, Mr. Speaker, at the SLTA. But the thinking then, Mr. Speaker, was that the SLTA was going to become this huge organization. There was talk, Mr. Speaker, of taking product development from the Ministry of Tourism and also putting it in the SLTA. And in fact, the legislation then provided for this, Mr. Speaker. And in 2020, the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Act number 12 of 2020 reverted the function of product development to the ministry. So a decision was actually taken to put product development in the SLTA, and in 2020, it was put back into the ministry, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this amendment that we are going to make this time, Mr. Speaker, is that we are going to we're going to amend sections 2, 9, and 22 to remove references to the Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Corporate Officer. While these amendments have been done, we are cognizant that the board requires a secretary, and we will therefore make provision for the secretarial function by removing the reference of the Chief Corporate Officer and substituting the secretary at sections 19, 23, and 25 of the Act. Mr. Speaker, with the amendments being proposed, the fiduciary responsibilities will shift from the Chief Financial Officer and become the responsibility of the CEO as provided for with the amendment of sections 21 and 24. Preparing for the future of travel within the region is a critical exercise, Mr. Speaker, and therefore the SLTA must focus on promoting authentic experiences and highlighting the key selling points of the destination to remain competitive. The SLTA Act therefore must set the stage to provide for direction and flexibility within the arena of stiff competition, innovation, and needed growth. Established as a body corporate on 29 June 2019, now 8.5 years old, the SLTA is right to conduct legislative amendments to the Act to facilitate growth as an organization for enhanced delivery of its function within the global competitive environment. In preparing for this amendment, Mr. Speaker, other similar legislation was reviewed. The four which stand out are the St. Lucia Air and Seaport Authority, Cultural Development Foundation, Citizenship by Investment Unit, and Invest St. Lucia. It's important to note that the legislation of these organizations only highlight the role of the head of the organization, Chief Executive Officer / General Manager, thereby placing the responsibility on the lead person to employ as he or she sees fit for managing its affairs. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the SLTA Amendment Act before the House today will enable the SLTA to review its organizational structure and provide support to the CEO to align its human resources with the destination marketing plan, talent management, and organizational culture. It will realize efficiency gains and build a high-performance team. So, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to present to this Honorable House the amendments as mentioned, Mr. Speaker, and to ask for my colleagues to approve the amendments, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Bill be read a second time. Member for Miko South.
Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, what an incredible, bold, brave, brazen presentation. I could have, on many occasions, stood on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. But I chose to allow the member from Castries South, member was the Minister of Tourism, the latitude to flow, so that he hopefully felt comfortable in his presentation, that nobody interrupted him. I was not expecting, to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, the inclusion of the Arsenal deal and the justification of that deal in this presentation. But given that he has done that, I will include it in my rebuttal. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for us to structurally understand what the minister is speaking of, and certainly I would hope that if, and I trust that if I'm in any way going off and saying something that's not true, that we'll speak. So, the St. Lucia Tourism Authority was really the replacement of the St. Lucia Tourist Board in many ways. And we used to have a problem with the St. Lucia Tourist Board. Successive administrations. And that the Tourist Board was tied to the government budget. And as a result of it, could not commit to anything past 1 year because our budgets are approved 1 year at a time. So if it came to making a commitment for an Arsenal deal for 5 years, I felt that he would at least tell us how long the deal is for if you're not going to tell us for how much. I've heard it's 4 to 5 years. I don't know. I stand to be corrected. I'm just reading. The old St. Lucia Tourist Board would not be able to have done that. And the fact is that the St. Lucia Tourist Board was constantly plagued by cash flow. Constantly. We were getting equal allocations on a quarterly basis. That's the standard. As if the activities of the tourist board are even. And I'm going to say to you, the one event that used to cause us nightmares was the St. Lucia Jazz Festival. Because the St. Lucia Jazz Festival was in May. The budget year beginning April 15th, March 31st. And we could never get enough money to cover all of the initial expenses. And we were constantly going to the Ministry of Finance and begging. I mean, I can get into stories dating back to when we used to have foreign exchange control in terms of how we used to try to get cash to pay for the artists. And so the SLTA, the St. Lucia Tourism Authority, came out of, the genesis of it came out of that, to finally make it its own entity. And critical to that was to change it so that it would develop its own revenue stream. Because the other problem that we used to have for many, many, many years, and we spoke about when I got the $50 million, is that every Minister of Finance struggled with the idea of investing more money in marketing when there was not enough money to deal with healthcare, enough money to deal with education, enough money to deal with infrastructure, social programs. It's a tough challenge, Mr. Speaker. It was heart-wrenching, difficult, easy to justify, but at the same time, if in fact the numbers were showing that tourism was growing and the level of revenue that it was generating, it needed that level of investment. So one part of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority that was very important was that we allowed it to collect a head tax. The head tax, Mr. Speaker, also was a vexing issue. I can remember discussions with one of the then controllers that was making an assessment as to how much revenue was going to be generated from the head tax, not from the head tax, from the room tax that we had. Because the room tax that we had, Mr. Speaker, was a percentage. And the difficulty always became a percentage of what? And it was technically supposed to be the percentage on the price that the consumer paid, but we had a multitude of all-inclusive, Mr. Speaker, that were dealing through tour operators. And therefore, I'm sure the member from Soufriere would have remembered the discussions, a concession was made that the all-inclusive hotels would have paid 70% of whatever the rate was going to be. And I also remembered, Mr. Speaker, very clearly when I met with a technical person at the Ministry of Finance who was trying to assess how much money we were going to collect, and was in their mind presuming that everybody who came was a couple and was dividing the money. We had a complication with Windjammer Landing. Was it the number of people in the villa, or is it they're booking a villa of 3 bedrooms? And so what would the room tax be on? It was a mess, and we were spending an inordinate amount of time trying to resolve this issue. I take this time to explain it because it's not to say that somebody just got up one day and decided to make these changes. So not only did we agree, Mr. Speaker, to put a tax on, we changed how we were taxing tourism arrivals. And we changed it, and I always remember going to the meetings and saying, I can touch a head, okay? I can't touch some fictitious number that somebody claims is a rate. And so therefore, the rate of $3 per head with hotel rooms charging below a certain amount, and $6 a head for people charging more. And that money would be collected directly by the Tourism Authority with the specific intention that that money would be used to support marketing. And because they had their own revenue stream, like SLASPA, they would have the ability to borrow money. Because there was a revenue stream, they can assign the future revenues to it if need be. We also, Mr. Speaker, created an events company because the budget for the jazz festivals and for Carnival was being intertwined with the marketing money, and it was creating chaos. And I'm very happy that the minister made the point about ROI. If he took away from my presentation an overemphasis on ROI, well, not true, but so be it. But we knew how important festivals were. And so we created an events company which would get monies directed to it specifically for events because it was on an annual basis. And it would be much easier to fund, in part, that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority would be responsible for doing all of the marketing for the events, but the government would be responsible, along with the sponsors, to pay for the events. We also created what was called the Tourism Development Agency. And I think that that's what we're talking about. I think that that's where you've made the amendments. And the Tourism Agency was above the St. Lucia Tourism Authority, above events, above product development, and was the intermediary between the Ministry of Tourism and all of these entities. And very importantly, when you look at the composition of that entity, it included the Hotels Association, St. Lucia Development Agency. Okay? And it's in the legislation. It's in the, and that the intention, Mr. Speaker, was that people who are not normally involved directly in tourism could be on a board where the policy and the impact of tourism would be discussed. So something like the satellite accounting system, Mr. Speaker, and again, just for clarity, a satellite accounting system is very important because what it does, it tells you the impact of tourism on your overall economy. Because it's not directly obvious. In the budgets, Mr. Speaker, construction, transportation, agriculture, etc., are all subcomponents of your overall economy. But if you look at transportation, just from your own experience, Mr. Speaker, you would appreciate, if you look at the number of transportation vehicles, how many of them are taxi drivers? How many of them are the vehicles that are carrying the staff to work? How many of them are bringing provisions from the farms to the hotels? So a satellite accounting system calculates, not 100% accurately, as to what percentage of transportation is really being influenced by tourism. How much percentage of agriculture is being influenced by tourism? What percentage of manufacturing? And these are important numbers to know because if in fact you're able to increase your tourism numbers, in essence, you can expect a direct result on some of those other sectors. But sometimes we miss them in the scheme of things. How do you go about marketing? You know, we still go to meetings at the Manufacturing Association, still go to meetings in the Hotels Association, still go to have meetings with farmers. And they're this constant distancing themselves from tourism, Mr. Speaker. And so the opportunity of that entity that we were talking about was an opportunity for them to be on a board, to be able to be receiving information as to how tourism policy was being generated, and more importantly, to start getting into the measurable impact of tourism so that people could maybe start seeing that there is a direct benefit. Because I always say, a hotel does not displace a farm. A hotel does not displace a manufacturing plant. A hotel does not displace financial services, but in fact, a hotel supports the farmers. The more hotel rooms we have, the more hotel guests we have, and if we're doing our policies right, and we're able to sell more product to the hotel, because that demand is right here. Financial services benefit significantly from the airlift that's coming in from the hotels, benefits from the golf courses and the restaurants and all of the activities that are there, so when these people come here for meetings, there's things for them to be able to do. Hence, you also see Cayman, you see Bermuda, Bahamas, where very strong tourism products complemented by a strong financial services. So, Mr. Speaker, I felt it was important, and the Ministry of Tourism, which is a government agency, and it was very difficult to upgrade the staff quality at the ministry because of our labor laws and the agreements we have. So if we wanted to professionalize the sector, it was, in our belief, to create these statutory agencies which had their own guidelines. I'm not going to get into a lot of the weeds with the minister with some of the changes that he's made. But I would have thought that in some of the Tourism Development Act, that the minister by now would have appreciated the overemphasis of the minister. And I'm not saying you're not capable. So let's suggest that we be prepared for the next Minister of Tourism, who may not be nearly as capable as you are. It's almost like the organization is dependent on the minister. That's just no, the Tourism Development Act, the overall. Okay, no problem. So, Mr. Speaker, if we speak specifically now about Arsenal, and Arsenal maybe gives us a very good window and opportunity to discuss where we've been seeing tourism going, and maybe some of the differences, some of the things that the minister has made reference to of criticism. I have not been part of that. I've said from day one, I, of all people, absolutely understand the marketing trick of brand association. It's been around forever. Sports, entertainers, companies, it's been around. And it's a good thing. But before we do that, I think that we have to have a better analysis, and that's what I've not heard from you, Minister, and I've certainly not heard it from the Tourism Authority, is the problem that we're having in the UK. Now, you've alluded to it multitude times. And you've been right on some of the issues. So in the heyday of the British tourism in St. Lucia, the backbone of it was Club St. Lucia, Bill Stewart and Theo Gobar. The Rex St. Lucians, the Karaya family, that also owned one of the largest tour operators in the UK. The St. James Hotel, big UK, what's the gentleman's name? He just died recently. The American guy. What was his name? Huh? He just died. The American guy who used to own St. James. The big guy, right? And he had a big operation out of the UK. That was their strength. You would have thought it was America, but it was primarily. And then we used to have a hotel here. We used to have a hotel here called Cunard. Latok Hotel used to be Cunard. And let's see what's happened. Club St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, has now become Royalton. Higher end, more Canadian, more American. Some British. Rex properties have been demolished. St. James now has become Secrets. Secrets is AMR, owned by Hyatt. And that has now become higher end and more American targeted. And clearly Latok is now Sandals. While they kept some of the British component to it, it predominantly has become an American product. And the minister has said some things, and I think that he's right. I agree with him. The fact is that St. Lucia has become a higher-end destination. Not that we have lesser rooms, you know. We have the same number of rooms. It's just the quality of the rooms have changed. And so how we market ourselves must change. We're no longer the cheap option of Barbados. Let's call it a spade a spade. That's what our British business was built on. And in fact, we were a better product for many of those persons, but we were a cheaper version of Barbados. And that's changed. So here's the question. It is a fact, because the numbers are there. The minister can try to deny. I don't think he should, because there's nothing to be ashamed of. that our numbers have significantly dwindled from the UK. Significantly. Whether the airlift came down first and the numbers followed, or whether the numbers started to decline and the airline saw it, that happened. When the minister came in, I have no idea, I've never asked a question about Virgin. I can only say to you, Mr. Speaker, I remember when Virgin came to see us during COVID, and we were at dinner, and Virgin wanted to have us pay $1 million for 3 flights a week. But the $1 million was not going to go into co-op advertising. The $1 million was to go directly to the bottom line of Virgin. And we turned that down. Virgin came back after we left, and Virgin has since left. But one of the reasons I did it is because Virgin was not the airline it had been before. Virgin Vacations, which was the driving force, had lost its bite. They kind of lost their way in the market, and they didn't have that cheap product that they were relying on before to be able to make money. So I want to say to the minister, when I look at the Arsenal deal, and while he speaks about global reach, I think the primary reach is in the UK. I'm not going to deny that Arsenal doesn't have members around the world, but I'm going to say the primary, and hopefully the primary reason why we're doing Arsenal is for the UK. Is Arsenal a brand that is a high-end brand? I'm not going to argue that Arsenal is a well-known brand. I have no argument with that. But is it a high-end brand? Is being associated with Arsenal going to target the type of clientele that we need to come to St. Lucia? I have not seen anything or any numbers that would convince me of that. And the minister would have to appreciate that these are public funds. And while he may feel he has every reason not to reveal what the amount is, I think he has an obligation. As a sidebar, the Tourism Authority is required to provide an annual audit, like most of our other agencies. They haven't. But you would have thought that if they have put money into this deal, that the number would be revealed in the audit. So I still think the jury's out. And clearly how concerned myself or the hotels, other hotels should be about this deal can only really be answered when we know how much money is going in. Now, the member said, I'm the first $50 man. Because I was able to convince Sir John to put $50 million. Now that $50 million, if we're all going to be honest, paid for the Ministry of Tourism, paid for the St. Lucia Tourist Board, paid for our marketing, and paid for all our events. That $50 million. Today we have the Tourism Authority that is collecting money of which it's never been reported how much money they've collected. We don't know, because the budget report has not been published. But here's what I do know. Budget estimates on page 376. Is it right here? That the ministry itself has been getting a contribution of 37 million for 26-27, a total of $45 million. That's you. 37 million right here, and a grand total of $45 million. The ministry. I know, but I'm talking about the Ministry of Tourism.
Yeah, but let's talk about that.
No. You brought it up. The Ministry of Tourism is getting close to 45 million. 45 million. And in addition to that, I have no idea how much money is going into events.
It's there.
No, it's not.
Your green edition.
Please.
You can read it. And then the tourism authority and the ministry.
We know that. And that's why I'm making the point, because the Tourism Authority is getting its separate allocation directly from the head tax of $6 and $3 per person. Per night. Per person, per night. But I don't know how much it is. I know back in the day, it used to be close to 17, 18 million US dollars. I have no idea how much it is now. Right? Now, if the minister, Mr. Speaker, does not want to provide us with how much he's paid, then what we have to end up doing is speculating. Speculate. Absolutely, no problem. My prerogative. I'm being clear. I can speculate all I want. So how do I speculate? That there was a similar deal that Arsenal had with Rwanda. It's funny that that deal with Rwanda was made public. Sorry? Oh, okay, see, we're getting to the point. I'm so happy, though, Mr. Estefan, the member from Babonneau, is catching on very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. It was grants and contribution.
Yeah, as it
So is that in addition? Is that in addition? Huh?
You can't even read it. You Prime Minister Minister of Finance 5 years and you can't take the
Mr. Speaker, the member is saying that the contribution for jazz is 6.9 million EC dollars. I rest my case. So, Mr. Speaker, 6.9 million EC. If Rwanda is paying 10 million pounds a year, really? That's what it is. It's out there in the public. And guess what? And confirmed by Rwanda. Okay? Yes, really. And it's interesting because you see that's where you have to go and read. So there are two things that are going on with Rwanda as to why the contract with Rwanda was not renewed. The minister, in all fairness, made reference to it and get into detail. I appreciate that. Okay? But there were some concerns about the image of Rwanda, human rights, that put the deal in jeopardy. But the Rwandans, who said they did the deal because when they initially did the deal, they opened up a new airline called Rwanda Air and had just started non-stop flights into the UK. And after 8 years of the deal, have come to the conclusion that the deal, the exposure is not increasing the UK rivals as much as they expected. But in fact, what they have seen is that they've seen a substantial increase in the US arrivals. So they intend to take the money and do the same thing over in the US. Now, I don't want to make comparisons, but here it is. We've seen for the last 3 years that our British arrivals have almost dropped by half. Our US arrivals are continuing to increase, and we still have a huge opportunity of increasing in the US market. And that's why knowing how much money we're going to spend is important. Because I cannot imagine that we would have spent 10 million pounds, which is almost 40 million EC dollars a year. Because that would certainly be much more than we even spend in marketing the destination. So I can't believe that that's the number. But what's the number? And I have to say, Minister, that this deal comes across as a knee-jerk reaction. It doesn't come across as a planned strategy. Because if it was a planned strategy, and you're telling me, and you want to tell the rest of St. Lucia, that we need to be a higher-end destination, promoted as a more higher-end destination, to be able to sell more of our higher-end hotels. how does Arsenal relationship translate to that? And exactly what the member from Babino said. If it is less, then it means that the deal that Rwanda had is not the same deal that St. Lucia got, correct? And he said it right away. The first thing is the armband of Rwanda around the arms of the athletes clearly seems not to be part of the deal. And so therefore, the exposure is in the stadium. In the stadium. And while there may be a camera that might catch a glimpse of our billboard or whatever, it's not the same as when it's on the uniform of the players. Now, I don't know, but that's why it's important to be able to know. The minister also took some latitude to get into the realm of the Minister of Sports. And so here's the question, because I cannot believe that the Minister of Tourism, with all of his knowledge, wants to convince all of us in St. Lucia that Darren Sammy Stadium contributed in any significant way to Darren Sammy's success. I even think that Darren Sammy would not be happy with that stadium. And nor 100% can the track stadium in View Fort in any way be credited with the success of Julian Alfred. But here's what I know. I know when we speak about criticizing, objecting, which clearly is always the role of the opposition, and denigrating, sadly, what we did in Soufriere. I mean, you had Don Lockerbie's name in the mud, trying to suggest that Don Lockerbie got $33 million. And hopefully we know that that's not true. And you're in the ministry now. You clearly have access to information. That's not what Don Lockerbie got paid. Don Lockerbie got paid just under $2 million EC. And the money that we used for that project, you all would now know, was grant money from the allocation from the Taiwanese.
That's not true. You took a loan. $25 million from the bank.
No.
Supplementing for Taiwanese grant.
Ah, okay. So let's talk about that. So it means that because the Taiwanese gave us the money, because the Taiwanese give you the money on an annual basis, and there were other projects to do, what we agreed to do was to take a loan off of the revenue from the Taiwanese allocation every year of $12 million in order to be able to expedite the project. But the fact is, the payment of the loan, Mr. Speaker, came from the Taiwanese money. So the member would understand that the beneficial owner, the beneficial source of the money was always Taiwan. And the point was, it had a dedicated revenue stream, and what did we get for it? We got the beautiful Super Stadium that you're using all the time, that still has not been certified. Has not been certified. Okay, so it means that somebody who's running there, their times cannot be qualified in order for records. Okay, yes, built it badly. Absolutely. World experts came in. I built it. No problem. Okay?
But not you, but your people.
Nonsense. Nonsense. Nonsense.
One certified.
There is so playing field and lights.
Kill cricket.
The Miku playing field.
Kill cricket.
Oh yes, kill cricket. No problem.
No playing field.
And so here we are, you know. You didn't come here with a cricket deal, you know. You didn't come here with a cricket deal, you know. You came here with a football deal. And you said now you're going to get football players because we were on the same page. Develop our young persons. Right? You all said AstroTurf, cancer, da-da-da. You're telling me when I went to FIFA, I go around the world, it's AstroTurf. Look at it being played in the US right now. Where's the natural grass? AstroTurf. When I see in my own constituency the impact that AstroTurf has had in encouraging young girls, Mr. Speaker, to get involved in the sport. It's a beautiful thing. Denry, world class. And then now, Mr. Speaker, the coup de grace is that we put in an academy, Mr. Speaker. An academy that this government is starving. You talk about that you care and you want to see young athletes develop to go on to world, and you can't even understand the importance of that. And you want us to come and believe now here, Minister, you want us to come and believe, right, that you're going to do this deal with Arsenal, you're going to do a summer camp to do what? To scout players not only from St. Lucia but from the Caribbean, and somehow that is what's going to generate this? No. Getting back into the communities and creating competitive sports and taking football seriously, and to understand that football is not just about, it's not just about making it into the World Cup, but it's the number of football players, both men, girls and boys, who get scholarships. That's the number. And I thought that that's the number that you would be interested in, because you spoke about, right, was it 1 degree, 1 university degree per family? There's a way. Through athletes. And how are we going to produce our athletes to be competitive enough to be recruited? And the reality is, and I said it, I'll repeat it again, St. Lucia's too small. We don't have enough resources to be behind every single discipline. So let's pick the disciplines that have the most scholarship opportunities available, and after the scholarships, the ones that offer the greatest amount of professional sports. And football is the number one. Football, after the World Cup in the United States right now, right? Football is going to explode in America. Okay? Yes, but the issue with the United States is United States gives scholarships. That's what it is. And guess what? Our kids, for the foreseeable future, have an advantage, because I believe that we're better footballers. Than some of the American kids. I think it comes more naturally to us. And I think that now that colleges in the States and see football growing, which means it's going to build up money, that money means that we have some of our athletes, because it's been changed, it's no longer professional to make money. You have college athletes now that are being recruited and are being paid. That's what I want to see. Now you can tell me I'm wrong, but tell me what the plan is. It seems that you're working backwards. It seems like you did the Arsenal deal, and now you want to come and justify it. And the classic is to come and say, after you've signed the deal, help me come up with ideas. Really? Mr. Speaker, I had to contain myself. After you sign the deal, you're now going to come and ask people to do that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I also want to see how the minister is going to now balance, because, you know, answering the Prime Minister, in this particular occasion, well, actually even the Minister of Tourism, because he's also the Minister of CIP, right? You're now going to go and promote yourself. I don't know what brand. He said awareness. Okay, awareness is not tight enough. The people that can afford to come to vacation in St. Lucia, to pay the airfare that we have, to be able to enjoy themselves, to spend money, and potentially have enough money to buy real estate in St. Lucia. That's the coup de grace.
That's what you're interested in.
Okay? That's the coup de grace. Oh, well, I mean, you speak of Aliyah. When I go to Aliyah, the vast majority of properties Aliyah has are for sale. 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, all for sale. Cabot, I know you still don't like Cabot. Right? Just so. But it's the truth. Just so. I can only see what I see. And the hypocrisy of it is what you criticized us for is what you've turned around and done. You all gave them the Queen's Chain lease. You said you wouldn't do it. You did it. And I also notice, you must be so happy it's not your domain anymore, that roads in Kappa State now have become gated communities. I said, wow. Gated? You didn't know that? There are roads that you go on that the public have been accustomed to driving freely and now have become a gated community.
No. That's what I said that one time.
No? You're 100% positive? You want me to show you the picture? Yeah. Want me to show you the gate? I can bring you there. You want to, afterwards we can go? You don't have to come in my car. I'll just follow you and you'll tell me. I know the member. He would have never gone to the moon in the nighttime. He's a much better person than that. Okay? Under your watch. After you all march about Jack don't want me on his beach and all this nonsense, right? And you turn around today and approve the same things. And you have nothing to say. It's okay. So, going back to the issue. So here it is, Mr. Speaker, that while domestically it may suit us to dismiss us losing our British visa, and more recently, and I'm not gloating because it's not a good thing, and losing our Irish visa. And the justification is, oh, well, solutions don't travel there. Wow. Solutions don't travel. So if solutions don't travel there, why did Ireland take away our visa? I think the Prime Minister said because there are domestic issues in Ireland about immigration. So of all the issues, all the places that Ireland has issues with, is St. Lucia the same place that solutions don't go to? And that's why they pulled the visa? And we're hearing, and there have been hints that the EU may follow. So we have bigger issues. And again, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and I'll close on this, Mr. Speaker. These allegations that we simply are criticizing to demean the name of solution is wrong. 100% wrong. And it reminds me when we had the problems with the blacklisting. The blacklisting with Europe and the UK wasn't just St. Lucia, was the issue of people charging taxes that were not the same. So it means that we had a tax rate for IBCs of 2% or whatever, or 0%, but the local tax rate was 30%. So I think the term that they use is discriminatory taxing. The opposition was merciless in its criticism, scathing in its criticism. And when our administration decided not to relent and to fight to keep our offshore financial services, most of the Eastern Caribbean islands gave up. 2 countries, only 2, fought it, Barbados and St. Lucia. And Barbados fought it by merging their tax rate, so reducing their domestic corporate tax rate that was 30% and brought it to 5 and 6%. And increased its IBC rate, which was at 0, to 2. I didn't think that that was going to last, but they were able to get through the hurdle. In our particular instance, we created what's called the territorial tax structure. So in essence, we said, solutions like IBCs that are earning money abroad, we didn't have the ability to collect the taxes. And the Prime Minister has all but confirmed that. Here it is, on the solutions who are here, earning money here, we're struggling to collect the money from them. Okay? The opposition was, again, merciless in its critique of it. But it held. So you have no idea how happy it made me that recently, I think in the last 2 or 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Finance, that what we did was reinforced as being good and has been working. But meanwhile, in Barbados, the government there is having to rejig and find ways because the minimum tax they would like to see is 11%, which is the Irish standard. And I just say that because I think it's an unfair characterization to say that what we're trying to do right now is to demean or undermine the name of St. Lucia. I've certainly not gone around to say to anybody not to invest in the name of St. Lucia. The investors have come here, notwithstanding the relationship that they've had with the government. Well, unlike you all. I mean, you guys were out there saying, I'm going to write to every agency to tell them not to come to St. Lucia and invest because these people were involved. Huh? Sorry? Yeah, I heard so. Ah. Okay, I saw the letter. In addition to that, I'm not doing that. You have investors that are coming here. I am not always happy with some of the things that are going on. Okay? I will keep my thoughts to myself, or I'll call somebody specifically to see if I can make an amendment. But I'm not going to go out publicly and demean him. I've not publicly demeaned Aaliyah. To the member, I mean, I feel disappointed as to what has happened with Cabot. I think Cabot's a good project. I think that you gave Cabot, yeah, you did. You gave Cabot a bad name because your government, yeah, you know why? Do you know why I can say that? Do you know why I can say that? Because it's the same project of Raffles. And it was okay to open up Raffles. It was okay to approve all the incentives and go there. And what was Raffles?
Raffles owned the land to have pension money with them by our...
You know, when grown men, I get being on a platform and you want to say that nonsense, Minister. Okay? The land did not belong to the government of St. Lucia. The land that belonged to the government of St. Lucia was Mont Piedmont. But the land at Cabot did not belong to us. The land was in receivership and was owned by the Bank of Nova Scotia. And previously it was owned by the developer of Raffles, the American guy.
And whose money paid for it?
And whose money paid? They lent the money and got, NIC doesn't lend money. You know, actually, you know what? I think that you guys must have a death sentence for NIC. Because under normal circumstances, NIC would have funded the halls of justice. Okay? You gave it to NH at 10%. Why didn't you give it to NIC at 6%? Why? Why wouldn't you do that? And so when NIC lends money, it's to make money. That's how they're able to pay the pensions. When NIC takes money and invests in shares, what's the difference? And you want to come out and try to suggest there was something wrong. That's the only difference in the project. That is why you marched on it, is because NIC lent them money to make money to help the pensioners. I'm lost for words. I am lost for words.
Remember, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NIC invests money in the stock market. Private people, private companies, all the time. All the time. And why should NIC not lend money? If NIC is going to be covered, and in order to make sure that NIC was more than covered, Cabot gave them the entire piece of land that your friend assessed at $40 million to borrow $10 million. To borrow $10 million. They're more than covered. And the thing is that if we're not going to be truthful to ourselves and we still want to play that kind of petty politics, and you want to come here and talk about how people are degrading and this and that, really, the persons that did the most to harm the reputation of St. Lucia is the St. Lucia Labour Party. 100%. I stand by that statement. Okay? And Cabot is a classic example. DSH, the party that brought DSH to St. Lucia was the Labour Party. I don't make that a big issue. Okay? Where? That's who. And what did you do? Horses before hospitals. I mean, I'm listening to two members here still trying to peddle this nonsense about paying for the horses. Who paid for the horses? We paid for the horses? Go and check it. Not $1 paid for any horse. Not one. Not one. And that's a nonsense. So even after the fact, you still can't come to terms that you were wrong on how you treated an investor. Correct. Yes, to explain to me what horses before hospitals. The government of St. Lucia put no money in. And let me use your term. So you said that you did not lease the land to GPH, right? On the port. You didn't lease it to them. You said you rented it to them. So what's the difference in renting the land to the DSH because it was leased? And when you want to make that it was $1 has been, and the Attorney General is there and he would know both in his public practice and his private practice, $1 is a common denominator whenever there's a transaction because there has to be $1 amount. And when it's a PPP and you're putting in the use of the land, that's what you do. But you demonized it. And that's why I make an issue that the Halls of Justice was rented for $1, that GPH was rented for $1. Not that I have any objection to it. Was the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy of the whole situation. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no idea how much the minister has spent. And then when the minister wants to talk about that we beat Curaçao when they didn't have the foreign players. And I'm not telling you we shouldn't be aspiring to be in the World Cup. I too love it. But I think that it comes out of hard work. And it comes out of developing a football program in St. Lucia in which we're generating world-class athletes and giving them every single opportunity to go international. And I think building more fields, investing money in our community sports is a way to go. And so this is why I find it very offensive to find out that we borrowed $140 million for the NLE. There seems to be, because you know what? They ended up taking extra money for the what do you call it?
Mr. Speaker.
Member for Rosalie.
For the Olympic pool.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on a point of order. The member is misleading the House, Mr. Speaker. He indicated that we borrowed $140 million to the NLA. I am asking him to furnish that information or withdraw the statement, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we came to this House, and if I'm not mistaken, we borrowed, I think it was $80 million, $90 million we gave a government guarantee on. And since
But you can't use the word guarantee and borrow in the same sentence, can you?
Sorry?
You said we borrowed and guaranteed. The two are not the same, is it?
No, I said the NLA borrowed.
Yeah.
I'm saying to you that a bill came to this House to give a guarantee for the NLA to borrow the money.
But that's not what you just said. You said
What did I say?
we borrowed money for the NLA.
Yeah, we did. The NLA borrowed money. And we gave a government guarantee.
You see the...
Are you saying to me, are we confused? Are we speaking English here?
Mr. Speaker.
Member for Rosalie.
Mr. Speaker, I must stand on a point of order again, Mr. Speaker. He indicated to this August Chamber and St. Lucia that we, government, he made mention of the St. Lucia Labour Party, borrowed money, $140 million, the NLA. I would like him to withdraw that statement or furnish that information, Mr. Speaker.
That is my recollection of what he said, and that is what you said, member. And the bill that I presided over was not a borrowing bill.
Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw the statement if it isn't being interpreted that I suggest.
Remember, you cannot qualify your withdrawal. You said
I withdraw
that...
the statement, Mr. Speaker, and I re-say it. The NLA borrowed $90 million, and my understanding is that they've borrowed an additional $30 million to complete the Olympic pool. And I would certainly love the member who was so bold to stand up on a point of order.
Member for Rosalie.
Details as to how the money was spent.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order, and I ask him to furnish the information that indicates the figures that he's mentioning. If he cannot produce it, Mr. Speaker, I would ask him again to withdraw the statement.
Well, more than this, 90 and 30 is 120.
Thank you for my correction of my math, Mr. Speaker, in my exuberance. Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact that we came to this House and we passed a guarantee for the NLA to borrow $90 million. Okay? And in addition to the information, included the bank loan from the Bank of St. Lucia. I would certainly like the minister to furnish the information as that when he borrowed the money, because it was not provided when we came here for the guarantee, as to how the money was spent. And in fact, the minister has been asked on a multitude of occasions to tell us who the contractors are, when the bid was put out, actually how much money was even spent on the Darren Sammy Stadium, because that number keeps going around. So if you want to hold me accountable, I will say whatever you want to say. But I'm going to say to you that we came to this House and you borrowed money. And I also know through officials that NLA agreed and I've heard public pronouncements on your part and the NLA's part that they were going to be building the Olympic-sized swimming pool. I know in my time the pool cost was $12 million. I know that it was adjusted to 20 million and it made it to 30 and it still has not been completed. So I think if anything, the NLA also, which is an entity that's supposed to be providing an audited report, has not done so. So I would say to the minister, you need to get on your bicycle and now account to the people as to how the money has been spent. You want to stand? You can stand.
Mr. Speaker,
Member for Grizzly.
again, I believe that this House have a particular manner of operation. That is what I was taught. That is what I grew up looking at. And again, Mr. Speaker, if I stand on a point of order to make a request that an individual who makes a statement furnish the information or withdraw the statement, I think, Mr. Speaker, this is where we are at the debate, and that decision has to be made by you as to whether or not he withdraws the statement or he...
Which statement are you asking him to withdraw?
He keeps saying $90 million was borrowed by this government or by the NLA. He forgot about the government. $90 million was borrowed by the NLA, and he keeps throwing out other figures. If you are throwing out figures, Mr. Speaker, if we're having a debate, furnish the information on the figures that you are throwing out. If you cannot, it just makes the debate null and void. Anybody can just come to this August chamber and just throw out numbers, Mr. Speaker.
I'm still not sure what is the party wanted to withdraw. The 90 million?
The borrowing, the 90, Mr. Speaker, every single thing he's saying is inaccurate and incorrect.
Okay. Member, I know what the House passed in a guarantee. That doesn't automatically mean if you guarantee 90 million that they borrowed 90 million. So you may want to rephrase that to deal with what we passed in the House.
I'm not here to be contentious in any way, Mr. Speaker, but clearly the minister would have to appreciate if we came to the House to provide a guarantee and he showed the loan, that if anything, he and the NLA, which falls under him, in my humble opinion, are the ones who are obligated to provide the information. So if...
Remember, you can't just say that way. If we pass a guarantee, that is what you should limit your comments to. That is what you can prove. Any other thing is speculation.
I can always trust on you to get to the point, Mr. Speaker. I concede, and I will say that we came to this House and approved a guarantee for the NLA to borrow money. Up to now, we don't know how much money they've borrowed. We don't know what the money was used for. And furthermore, we've heard that since then, they've also been funding the Olympic pool. And there are persons other than myself, Mr. Speaker, who've been asking the questions as to what's happening to the Olympic pool and why it's not been finished, how much have we spent? And
you have 5 minutes left.
And I just hope that the young minister is not going to take after the Minister of Tourism and feel he doesn't owe all of us that statement. Because, you know, again, when it's thrown out that when we came into government that we cut off the funding to Julian Alfred, and that wants to be repeated. And again, you know, I could have stood on a point of order and done all those things. But it's so ludicrous because that has been answered so many times. And I just want to say, as many times as you want to try to continue to bring propaganda to the table, I'm prepared to stand and defend it every single time. Every single time. And give an explanation and give the background and give all of the evidence. And I'm not going to stop. The same way you're not going to stop, I'm not going to stop either. But it's not getting us anywhere. Because the question is, how do we make more Julian Alfreds? How do we create the environment that Julian went to Jamaica for? How do we create that environment here? And that level of competition. That's what I think we should be focusing ourselves on. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to get into the semantics of some of the changes the member is making for the Tourism Authority, other than I would remind him that there is an obligation, Mr. Speaker, for the Tourism Authority, 3 months after every financial year, to produce an audited report. And that's not happened. that furthermore, he didn't make an issue of it, I'll make an issue of it, that when he came into government, he amended the law to create a secrecy. That the board members who were on the Tourism Authority signed NDAs. But I see that they've made the amendment. I didn't mention it. I don't know if he forgot or that's in the other bill. But I'm glad that as an example, the Hotel Association's representative ought not to have to sign a secrecy, an NDA, to be on the board. It's a public board. A public board. Regardless of what association or they're on. You cannot ask people to be on a board and sign a confidentiality agreement. I'm sorry. Since it's been there, we've not seen, and that's maybe for the next bill, we've not seen satellite accounting system, which is a requirement. We've not seen how much money they've been spending on marketing, where the money is going. I still don't know what the strategy is. I've listened. Excuse me? Is my hotel doing well?
Remember, you have to wrap up now.
No, Mr. Speaker, any day, Mr. Speaker, any day, I say this publicly, that the minister wants to come to my hotel, I'm happy to, not to enjoy it, I know that you know better, to come to the hotel or for me to bring documents to you and show you exactly how well you think the hotel is doing. Because I can only say to you, right, is that the electricity bill has increased by $20,000 a month. And then now, Mr. Speaker, the new water bill, the new rates, because remember, the rates are proportionally higher for the productive sector, and also Cocoa Palm would benefit from having the sewage system. So we're both paying the water rate and the sewage rate. That our annual bill is going to go from $215,000 to $640,000 based on the same consumption of water. Okay? So you're talking about the two things together are going to increase our operating cost by $600,000 a year. Okay? And that's Little Cocoa Palm with 85 rooms.
Remember, you have consumed your time now.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you. Member for Grosley.
Ah, you go before me? You want to go? Sorry, sir. Would I put that in?
My apologies, I couldn't see with the lectern there.
Good night, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I definitely don't have the institutional memory of the member before me. You know the member, and I have never spoken, although I heard he rejected me when I wanted to run for UWP. Yeah, and I never spoke. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment to the St. Lucia Tourism Authority, which seeks to remove, and Mr. Speaker, it seeks to remove references to specific employee positions within the authority and provide for the appointment of a secretary to the board. Mr. Speaker, the amendment is sensible and necessary step in modernizing the governance structure framework of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority. Tourism is rapidly evolving, Mr. Speaker, and institutions like the SLTA, they must be agile, they must be responsive, and they must be capable of adapting their organizational structure to meet changing priorities and the market demands. Mr. Speaker, by removing the specific employee positions from the legislation, we are not eliminating essential functions. Rather, what we are doing is allowing the authority the flexibility to determine the staffing arrangements best suited to achieving its mandate. Matters of organizational structure and human resource deployment are managerial and operational issues that should not be legislated, Mr. Speaker. And every time you need to make a change to, let us say, to staff or to management, then you have to come back and change your legislation. What we want to do is to ensure that, hey, we don't do that going forward. The amendment also strengthens the governance structure by providing for the appointment of a secretary to the authority. The secretary will support the board with and ensure proper record keeping. It will facilitate compliance with statutory requirements, and I heard the member before me alluding to some requirements, and enhance transparency and accountability, especially in decision making. Mr. Speaker, good governance requires legislation that focuses on policy, oversight and accountability, while allowing institutions the flexibility to manage their day-to-day operations and affairs. And the amendments that we are debating, they achieve that kind of balance. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to position St. Lucia as one of the leading tourism destinations and advance initiatives such as sports tourism, and Mr. Speaker, this is where the Arsenal deal is very, very, very important, because we are trying to advance St. Lucia as a sports tourism destination. And then the Arsenal deal does not only appeal to high-end clients who might want to go to Coco Palm or the other hotel, but what we have done is to expand community tourism. And Mr. Speaker, the modern day tourists, they want a lot more than the sun, the sea. They want something that is authentic. They want something that is unique. And if we continue building community tourism, then I believe we can achieve that. And then the global appeal that the Arsenal deal gives us, it allows us to not only attract the high-end tourists, but some other tourists who will come to St. Lucia and enjoy the creativity, the culture, and what is it that the destination has to offer. Mr. Speaker, as we look to advance the tourism product, we also must build on sustainable tourism. It is important that our principal tourism institution, and I'm going back to the SLTA, it has a modern governance tool necessary to respond to some of the opportunities and the challenges that we are currently confronting. Mr. Speaker, the amendment is practical, it is forward-looking, and in keeping with best practices in the public sector. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I get the sense that progress in St. Lucia is hated by the United Workers' Party. And every time, well, I was the every time that there is something that is remarkable, that will take St. Lucia to another level, the United Workers' Party seems to have an issue with that, a problem with that. Okay? Mr. Speaker, there are times when one gets the impression that if a project, it creates jobs, if the numbers in tourism will increase, if investment will come to St. Lucia, if our young people are going to be given opportunities, some would rather question the success than celebrate it. And this is what I see the United Workers' Party in doing. GPH is going to change the tourism landscape in St. Lucia. United Workers' Party have a problem with that. The deal with Arsenal is groundbreaking. We'll have, in terms of the reach, the marketing appeal, United Workers' Party, they have a problem with that. Mr. Speaker, the measure of leadership is not whether good news helps or hurts a political party. The measure of leadership is whether it helps the people of St. Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, everything that the St. Lucia Labour Party does is to help the people of St. Lucia. And whenever St. Lucia advances, we all should be proud of that achievement. Mr. Speaker, I will not be as long as my previous speaker. I wonder where he was going with all what he said. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I fully support the motion before us, and I give it my own equivocal support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Grosley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill titled the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment. I do this, Mr. Speaker, with a smile, simply because of the sheer tact, the sheer professionality, the sheer level of competence I personally witnessed as this authority navigated, analyzed, investigated, thought through, processed the whole landscape of not just tourism development in St. Lucia, not just tourism development on a global scene, but have an appreciation for sports development in St. Lucia on a level that other individuals cannot seem to comprehend. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia Tourism Authority is housed in my constituency. I'm proud of that. They have been working assiduously on bringing the funds necessary to ensure that our tourism product, what we have and we offer in St. Lucia, is of a global standard. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, we talk about vision in this House. We talk about an organization, a party, a government entity, and whether there is vision. And Mr. Speaker, I want to use another word for what I have seen over the last 5 years of being in government. I've seen symbiosis, Mr. Speaker. I've seen the symbiotic relationship between the Minister of Finance that understands St. Lucia. I'm talking about all aspects of St. Lucia. A Minister of Tourism that understands tourism, sports, youth development, and the whole ecosystem. And a Minister of Sport that has had some experience on a national level as an athlete, as a sports commentator, and as somebody who's lived and breathed sport. And what the member opposite cannot understand is how that symbiotic relationship has benefited the people of St. Lucia. He cannot understand how that symbiotic relationship can cause us to land a deal with a major club that would yield benefits that this country has never seen before, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sat here and I heard a member indicate that the only level of visibility St. Lucia will get will be at the Emirates Stadium, Mr. Speaker. And Hansard can prove that almost verbatim. He said that the only visibility St. Lucia will get is at the Emirates Stadium, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we live in a global village where Arsenal as a club commands the attention of over 1 billion fans on social media. Over 1 billion fans. So if he wants to speculate that Rwanda got a slave deal and that St. Lucia perhaps did not get that deal, it is perhaps because we understand where we are going with social media in this world. We understand that not only will we, St. Lucia, be visible at the Emirates Stadium, at the back of the interviewers, at the entrance, on different displays when we have the exchanges, but we will be on display for the rest of the world. Mr. Speaker, that same individual, in his same rebuttal, indicates that Rwanda somehow did not get the travel amount from England. He said the numbers went down in England, but somehow it escalated in the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, Hansard would show that this member said that the arrivals from the United States increased. And we do not know by what measure he's speaking of. We do not know. But it's instructive that as a result of that arrangement, the numbers from the United States increased. This is testimony to the fact that this has far-reaching implications and visibility for the host country, Mr. Speaker. It means that not only was Rwanda branded and shown in England, but at an important market such as the United States increased. And this is what we are hoping for. We know the football market expands through the United States, through Canada, and through England. So sometimes I wonder if there is full analysis of what's being said before it is said, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was something said that I absolutely could not believe that I heard in this honorable house. Through the soliloquy and the lecturing on sports development in St. Lucia, the honorable member had the gall, the temerity, to say to this honorable house and to the people of St. Lucia that FIFA World Cup matches are being played on AstroTurf. FIFA World Cup matches are being played on AstroTurf. Mr. Speaker, Hansard would show that I have quoted him almost verbatim. Mr. Speaker, I invite all of St. Lucia, all of this august chamber, the entire world, to just quickly Google a simple question. Simple question, Mr. Speaker. Will any World Cup games be played on AstroTurf? Google, will World Cup games be played on AstroTurf? The response you will get instantaneously is no. World Cup games will be played, no World Cup games will be played on AstroTurf. FIFA strictly mandates that all tournament matches be played on natural gas. Natural grass. I'm going to read it again. No World Cup games will be played on artificial turf. FIFA strictly mandates that all tournament matches be played on natural grass. Mr. Speaker, another article says, because many of the 2026 host stadiums in the US and Canada are NFL venues that typically use synthetic turf, FIFA has spent years developing and installing temporary natural grass pitches in every stadium. A simple Google search, Kademati. Why try to insult the intelligence of our people? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to another site, because the guy is just yon dekidi. Core pitch requirements for FIFA World Cup. Natural turf only. Natural turf only. The question is, why? Why natural turf only? And the research has been clear. We have said this ad nauseam, Mr. Speaker. He refuses to acknowledge the errors of his ways, Mr. Speaker. And he comes here pissing in people's eyes and calling it rain, Mr. Speaker. As if nous tout couillons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we spoke. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I just wonder what is going on and some of the things I hear. Mr. Speaker, we got a lecture on developing football in this country. We got a lecture on developing sports in this country. Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries East, he used to say he used to play a little cricket, a little football. He's a Man U fan. I always give him pressure for that. As a Minister of Finance, you cannot say he's a sports guru. He is the member that understood that sports development is from cradle to the grave. And there was a return of two individuals to St. Lucia from Trinidad, Earl Bologja and Stuart Charles. It was the Prime Minister who brought it to my attention that, Minister, these are two individuals that have done so well in the region. Think of a program to implement with them. They are interested. And Mr. Speaker, we went to the drawing board. We spoke with Lyndon Cooper. And we realized that there was a gap at our under 15, under 17 level. And we instituted a high performance program for the best footballers at that age group, Mr. Speaker. Cradle to the grave. They've been tasked with the responsibility of going to the Mabia Valley, to Dennery, to Grosile, to Ancillary, all corners, and get those players and put them in a program, Mr. Speaker. What did they do in their 5 years, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this government, Mr. Speaker, is the government that has developed a semi-professional football program. And when I went to the member for Castries East and I said to him, Mr. Honorable Prime Minister, we need such and such an amount for us to execute this program. He said, Minister, this will be a game changer in football in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just moved from black hat competition being an under 20 competition in St. Lucia. So you have an under 15 program, you have an under 20 program, you have semi-professional football. Mr. Speaker, what we needed was additional inspiration. What football needed in St. Lucia was additional inspiration. What football needed was for a professional setup to be implemented that can cause that exchange and cause people, young people, the next generation to say, I can do this. And Mr. Speaker, I was very surprised to hear the member say, and I'm quoting him, I can almost quote him verbatim, that Dan Sammy was not inspired. His success had nothing to do with the establishment of the National Cricket Grounds. He said it verbatim. Mr. Speaker, when I, as a young boy, go out to a stadium and I witness people like Jerome Taylor at the time running in at the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds, when we saw how these guys conducted themselves, immediately the same evening we're going to try everything we saw they were doing, Mr. Speaker. Any young person in sport would tell you they got their inspiration from certain occurrences. We are bringing that inspiration in our very backyard in St. Lucia. We are setting up all the logistics for this to be done properly. And so, Mr. Speaker, I was very surprised, I should not be, by some of what I heard, Mr. Speaker. I heard, Mr. Speaker, that we signed the deal and somehow we are strategizing now. You see, when you have a government that listens to its people, and you had a previous leader who only listens to himself, you shouldn't be surprised when a statement like this is made. You shouldn't be surprised. We could not have just revealed that we were having this academy in St. Lucia. We deliberately worked through the details. We deliberately strategized everything. We engaged the St. Lucia Football Association. I was at that meeting at the St. Lucia Tourism Authority. And we showed the clear path that we've already created in this nation for professional football development. We did it. We spoke, we had the launch, and I'll just share this testimony. We had the launch at Royalton. And at the launch, from the conversations we've had with the St. Lucia Football Association, we said that VG playing field, because of its location, because of the visibility on the main road, that we would do VG playing field. Immediately when I came off the stage, Trevor Crazy Daniel, who uses the VG playing field, and you can ask him, Trevor, who played as a national under-23 captain for St. Lucia, who now plays veterans football, pulled me on the side and he said to me, "But Minister, can you consider, as part of the deal, perhaps doing a little bit more investigation and see if we can develop another ground or another center, another..." And I said to him, "That's something we can take into consideration. This is a former national captain. He captain and he coaches and he develops all the young people there." He said, "Should you consider that?" I said, "My brother, yes, I thought about it, but we'll have that discussion and we'll make sure that we fortify everything we need to do." That is what's happening. We are engaging our people. What is wrong with that? This St. Lucia Labour Party will never have a manifesto with one person picture on the front page, because we engage people. We sit down and we talk. Immediately on Monday morning, after not seeing the member for Castries South for a while, "I missed you, my brother," because he was getting a lot of things done for us. He said to me, he pulled me on the side and he said, "I know you really want to do this thing at VG, and I know you'll have had the conversations, but can we consider A, B, C, and D? That is how we do things here." He's right there. I said to him, "Minister, yeah, man, let's look at it. Let's look at it. These are the facts about how we operate here." Another thing, I got a comprehensive presentation from the St. Lucia Football Association on how it is that we qualify for the World Cup within the next 10 years. What is the 10-year plan? They did an assessment of what Curacao did, because St. Lucia held Curacao in Curacao and defeated Curacao. The same Curacao that is in the World Cup there, St. Lucia, with boys from Marsha and Grosile and Mipo and Vieux-Fort and Canries and Choiseul. Nobody from Cicero? They have a good league going on there now. Held that same Curacao and defeated them in Curacao. So why wouldn't we as a government see that if we just get it scientifically right, invest in our people, modernize what we are doing, why would we have any doubt that we can do this? And I can tell you, 15 years before Julian Alfred did it, they probably never believed that she would have done it. Before Darren Sammy did it, they probably couldn't see it. And so now, they cannot see it. And I hope that everything is saved. Every presentation is saved. Because when St. Lucia matches into a World Cup football, I want to hear what they will say. But Mr. Speaker, in that strategic plan, it showed that in our setup, we were playing 40 hours of competitive football a month, our senior team, Curacao was playing 110 competitive matches per month. It showed that the strength training regimen was 4 times every week, while our strength training regimen was almost non-existent. It showed that the sports psychologists met with players every single week, while we did not have this setup. It showed scientifically what they did to get to the World Cup. And so the assessment showed that if we do this, in the next 2 years, we can get there. In the next 6 years, we can get there. And in the next 10 years, we can expect to get there. That is what they presented to me as minister. I was very impressed. And I don't know if you realize we opened up a strength training gym at the Mindoville Park. We've semi-professionalized football, and now we moved from an under-20 setup to this weekend having semi-professional football in Vieux-Fort for the next 6 months. And I can guarantee you, after this year, we would surpass the amount of time paid by Curacao in terms of match awareness and football play on the field. I can tell you, we have a clearly defined way to get it done. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I heard the lectures, I wonder what happened in those 6 years. You don't like to hear 6 years, but it's 6 years. What did they do? And so, Mr. Speaker, we've had so many discussions about how much did it cost, how much did it cost, how much did it cost, or Rwanda didn't do it and cost and that sort of thing. As if we are finished. As if this government is not exploring any other option. As if we should spill the beans and go and negotiate from a position of disadvantage with whoever else is desirous of doing this in St. Lucia. I say to the minister, no! There is too much at stake right now. We are moving this country in the right direction. We know in our hearts and mind we are doing the right thing above board. We know that. And we know that we cannot compromise the conversations, the negotiations that we are going to be moving in. Who does that? Why would I now approach another team already knowing the full details of the previous contract when I can probably get a better deal? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? St. Lucians, think about it. We are not done with our sports development and tourism investment plans. We are not done. And I say that with a smile because even before 2020, and I was just starting the campaign, I said this was going to happen. And the records are there. And I thank God every day that I have a Prime Minister who knows my passion, who knows what we want to do. And I have a Minister of Tourism who lived and breathed sports during the time that I became a national athlete. And his PS was an individual who coached me at the Leoness Comprehensive Secondary School. So I know I am here at this time for a purpose, to get it done. And so when I hear some of the machinations, as if something is untoward, I say, do you know what is at stake here? And I'm pretty sure the other individuals that we are talking to on the global stage will be paying attention. They are paying attention. They are reading what's in the news. They know Arsenal signed with St. Lucia. They know it. And they are ready. And I can tell you there's one particular club very envious and ready to go. Ready to go. We are far from finished. And I can tell you, when we stay the course, when we continue to provide opportunities, you know what are killing them? We are providing young people in this nation opportunities that they never provided for them. We are providing opportunities for people in St. Lucia that they never even fathomed. While they were talking about horse racing and dolphin park, while they were talking about these investments in 27 islands, we are investing in global partnerships that will work, that they cannot come to terms with. Say, Sakikatrio. And so they must look for something. How much it cost? How much it cost? Somebody said $100 million, and he read in the budget $40 million for tourism, the whole Ministry of Tourism. One of his surrogates said $100 million for Arsenal. And they said nothing. Sat back. Because he feeling that's a good thing, good angle. And he comes in here and he reads, and he doesn't even know that under grants and contributions there's a different amount. So, Mr. Speaker, I am duty bound to be a Minister of Youth Development and Sport that saw all the ills of sports development in St. Lucia. I am blessed because I was a national volleyballer, I was a national cricketer, I was a national track and field athlete, and I was a national footballer. I am blessed because I was a reader, I had a strict mother, and I had a community that rallied behind me from the day I made a national team. Blessed. And so I know what we need in this country because I know what we did not have. I know what will work in this country because I know what did not work. And that is what they cannot understand, the passion that we are bringing to young people. And so I want to again congratulate the St. Lucia Tourism Authority on their stellar work. I wish we were not here tomorrow. I would have stopped over in my constituency and give all of them a hug because somebody intimated that they're doing nothing. I would give them a hug and a kiss and I would say to them, people like Jaren Georges and long-time friend, I'd say, keep working. All of you, keep working. Don't listen to the noise. Keep working. Don't be derailed. You're not doing the right thing. And so, Mr. Speaker, any legislative amendment that would make them function even better, I thereby support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries.
Mr. Speaker, I promise I will not give any discourse, any lecture, any long winding statement on tourism to prove I know anything about tourism. All I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the amendment to the act as stated by the Minister, Mr. Speaker, and I know a bit about the transition from the Ministry of Tourism to the St. Lucia Tourist Board, Mr. Speaker. I know the pressures that come for the financing of tourism. I know the pressure that comes sometimes with the conflict that exists between the St. Lucia, between the tourism partners and the St. Lucia Tourist Board and the St. Lucia SLHTA. And I know the difficulty. I've always said to the minister that the most complex ministry is the Ministry of Tourism. I've said so to him on several occasions. And when I was Minister of Tourism, sometimes I wondered what the Prime Minister had done to me. But I must say I'm satisfied with the work of the ministry and the work of the SLHTA. I'm satisfied with what they are doing. I think that they continue to put St. Lucia on the right path, continue to put St. Lucia where it ought to be, and the interventions like the Arsenal intervention, Mr. Speaker, I think is remarkable. I think it's innovative, and I think St. Lucia will benefit from it, Mr. Speaker. Regarding sports, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Sports said I played a liquor sport. But Mr. Speaker, sometimes I believe that the leader of the opposition lives in a different country, you know. Because when I hear about the successes of sports and how we are doing well in the regional competitions, and I wonder what is happening, but I've decided that I'm not even going to try to understand what the leader of the opposition says, because I understand his problem. His problem is he's fighting for his survival, and as politicians, you have to fight for survival, particularly from within. So I will excuse him, Mr. Speaker, and I almost want to forgive him, even though some of the things he says are blatantly untrue, without even thinking about it. But I want to support the amendment, and I want to tell the tourism fraternity in St. Lucia, the management of tourism, to continue what they are doing, but always remember that the benefits of tourism must accrue to as many people as possible. And this is why community tourism is so important, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I look forward to the opening of my facility at the, you know where, Permanent Secretary? Thank you. I look to the, because I noticed there's a nice one going up on the Millennium Highway. Mr. Speaker, I passed there the other day and I look at that. I said to myself, my God. You know what it is?
Where is that? KFC?
Mr. Speaker, when I look at these things, I feel very proud of St. Lucia, very proud of the people who manage St. Lucia. Not only the politicians, you know, but the people who have bought into a vision of a different St. Lucia. Not only the politicians, the staff, the people who sacrifice on boards, who take the time from their work lives to get for $250 a month, Mr. Speaker. I think of these people, and when I drive on the highway and I see that, what's happening there, I see the arts of a local architect and local contractors and a vision as to how you can transform your country using its resources, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the water park, Mr. Speaker. And when I see the transition that took place by the Mon Lay-by, Mr. Speaker, I know that story intimately, the Mon Lay-by story. I won't recall it here, but I know it intimately, because when people try to stand here and denigrate me and denigrate the work that we've done in St. Lucia, I laugh, Mr. Speaker, because I know the facts and the people know the facts. And when I see the transformation and on the Mon Lay-by, I also feel proud, Mr. Speaker. So and when I know what will happen in Ansory and what is happening in Canaries, the lay-by that's been built in Canaries, Mr. Speaker, how we've understood that the benefits of tourism must accrue to as many people as possible, how we take it into the communities, how we have all the features that will cause St. Lucians to benefit more from tourism, Mr. Speaker. I feel satisfied, I feel proud, and I want to support all efforts. And if the Minister of Finance had access to more money, I can assure the Minister that apart from what I'm giving him, which is very generous, I would surely increase the availability of money for tourism in St. Lucia, because I know the benefits and I see the benefits, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support and I thank all the members of the tourism fraternity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Tourism, I trust that you also recognize when the member for Grosley was praising the SLTA, who he said he was going to hug.
Mr. Speaker, I shall not comment. But thank you, colleagues and Mr. Speaker, for the discussion early. It is now for me to just make a few comments, Mr. Speaker, and allow us to, Mr. Speaker, conclude, Mr. Speaker, on this subject. I try to take some notes on what the leader of the opposition in his presentation highlighted, and to see to what extent it required some elucidation or some other form of explanation for him, Mr. Speaker. But I just want to make a couple of points before we wrap up the debate, Mr. Speaker, because he seemed to have given the impression that the SLTA was formed to be able to levy and to raise its own monies, Mr. Speaker. And the simple reality is that you don't need to, abandon the Central Tourism Board and form a tourism authority just to be able to allow it to raise its own revenue. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. In any case, the SLTA was established in 2017 and the levy came into effect in 2020. There's a simple reason why the Central Tourist Board was disbanded, Mr. Speaker, but let's not even go into that. I mean, we all know why they did what they did, Mr. Speaker. He spoke about a tourism development agency that was above events company, and I'm not even sure exactly what he was talking about, Mr. Speaker, so let's not even give that too much, Mr. Speaker. He spoke about the formed events company and why events company was formed. I certainly know, Mr. Speaker, that before the elections of 2016, years before, we were talking about establishing a Festivals Commission in St. Lucia. And those of you would recall, the plan was when Cricket World Cup ended in 2007, the staff and all the infrastructure for Cricket World Cup would have stayed on and formed the nucleus for a Festivals Commission. And I think it was former Attorney General Petrus Compton or somebody like that who had prepared a concept paper on the Festivals Commission for St. Lucia. As far back as 2007, Events Company, was a creation that was born many years before, Mr. Speaker. But I have to make a point, Mr. Speaker, because the leader of the opposition was saying that, in his view, we have a challenge in the UK market. And he agreed that our analysis of the UK market is correct, and that the UK, St. Lucia is moving towards being a luxury destination. And therefore, if we want to respond to the challenge in the UK market, he was almost suggesting that we needed to move in the direction of marketing for more luxury tourists to come, since that is the direction we're going in. And I think we have a difference with him on that. I don't think we want St. Lucia to be seen as a luxury destination and to be treated as such. We want to have a diverse range of options for accommodation in St. Lucia. Luxury, but also down to home accommodation. If we are going to move in a direction of promoting St. Lucia as a luxury destination, it will benefit only a small grouping in St. Lucia, or primarily benefit a small grouping in St. Lucia. Think about that. Home accommodation, the Airbnbs, community tourism are not luxury offerings. And if you want us to spend the money we have on promoting St. Lucia as a luxury destination to attract luxury visitors, who's going to benefit mostly from this? It's not as the Prime Minister said, to accrue the benefits to as many people as possible. It just won't happen. So as much as we promote the Airbnb or the home accommodation sector, we promote luxury options, the apartment options, the full range of options, Mr. Speaker. So I don't support his view on it. He's clearly expressing his own preference, and you can see where the preference is coming from. He spoke about, Rwanda, and the deal is comparable to what Rwanda has. There's a big difference from what St. Lucia partnership and the Rwanda sponsorship. Rwanda was primarily the sleeve sponsor for the Arsenal Football Club. Just think about that. The sleeve sponsor is dramatically different to being the official tourism destination. And if you see Rwanda paid about 10 million pounds or dollars, I don't know what he was saying, we are definitely not in that league. I mean, for you to be a shirt sponsor, sleeve sponsor, it means every shirt, millions of shirts printed each year would have your branding on it, and you'd have to pay for that. It means every time the match is played, for the entire duration of the match, people are seeing your name. That's a totally different level of sponsorship, and we are nowhere near that category of sponsorship. So for him to suggest we've replaced Rwanda and therefore the amounts are comparable, he's totally off. But again, he has no understanding of those things. A should sponsor, a sleeve sponsor is totally different to being an official partner in the category in which we are. Mr. Speaker, he bizarrely, really bizarre, Mr. Speaker, he made a point that he got $50 million, and therefore that $50 million he got was for the ministry and the St. Lucia Tourism, the tourism board. But that's not true. The SLTB got an allocation of $50 million in addition to what the ministry got. So he's totally wrong, but Mr. Speaker, it is what it is. He made a lot of comments about carbots, and I don't really want to go to this. I think he doesn't understand why St. Lucians were so upset about carbot. They were not upset about the development. They were not upset about another resort being built, a golf club being built, although they were concerned about environmental issues and our heritage issues. St. Lucians were very offended by the fact that there it is, you have lands in receivership. NIC wanted to buy it for NIC purposes, to build housing and to other purposes. They were stopped from doing so. A private interest that did not have the money or was not willing to use their money to buy the land instead got the money from NIC, which would have bought it for St. Lucia, and it became owned by a private interest. That's what people were offended about. If the land had been bought by NIC for NIC purposes, I'm not sure St. Lucians would have felt offended like they were. The fact is, you took pension money, gave it to an entity to buy it for their own purposes when NIC was going to buy it for NIC purposes. And there's one that keeps posting almost every day on Facebook, criticizing everything the Prime Minister does. I don't know if he went to school together with you, you know. But he was, anyway, Mr. Speaker, but I don't want to go into too much of carbots about him. He spoke about DSH and whatnot. Again, I don't know if the member from Microsoft is just not getting it, Mr. Speaker, about we criticize DSH, we brought DSH to St. Lucia. The simple fact is, Mr. Speaker, yes, and we've said it over and over, we negotiated with DSH, but we were not happy with the agreement and we did not sign it. There was elections in 2016, June 6, 2016. By the middle of July, the Prime Minister had signed an agreement that we had rejected. Yes, we were negotiating with them. We did not sign an agreement with them because we were not happy with it. But why did you sign it? I'm not going to speculate why he signed it, Mr. Speaker. And his last comment about NDA. And why would you be on a board and have to sign NDAs at the Tourism Authority? They've been signing NDAs at the Tourism Authority since 2011, including when he was Prime Minister. They were signing NDAs at the Tourism Authority. Signing NDAs is nothing new. Every public servant, when you become a public servant in St. Lucia, you sign an oath of secrecy. What's it? Order 5.1. I think it's Order 5.1 of the Public Service Orders. You are required to sign an oath of secrecy. So I don't understand this notion about, NDAs, and that should not be. But Mr. Speaker, I think at the end of the day, the member from Miko South never once spoke about the amendments we were proposing, in my view. But I present to the Honorable House the amendments, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Bill be read a second time. And now for the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Act, Cap 15.32.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 9.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 19.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Amendment of Section 21.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Substitution of Section 22.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Substitution of Section 23.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Repeal of Section 24.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Amendment of Section 25.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and pass.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Act 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House stand suspended until 10 in the forenoon.
Before I put the question, members, tomorrow, June 24th, is Sneaker Day, and members are free to wear their sneakers with their suits tomorrow if they so desire. Sneaker Day. Yeah, Sneaker Day. So, honorable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 10 o'clock in the forenoon tomorrow, Wednesday, the 24th of June. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many of the contrary opinion say no. Sitting suspended.
We're starting from statutory.
Nous mais il est capable qui c'est en session qui a voté. A voté, ça veut dire il n'est pas fini selon tout ça qui était pour discuter aujourd'hui. Mais l'après-midi, comme nous déjà eu un rapport sur ça qui passait avant déjeuner. Mais après déjeuner, la tenue plutôt ces émotions, il y a des émotions, ça dit qui a exactement côté gouvernement qui a prêté l'argent Hod Banque Développement Kawaïdra, c'est pas de Banque Développement, right? Ça c'est, oui, en Valais, c'est Banque Développement Kawaïdra pour l'argent pour aider différents projets à aider bâtir, particulièrement changement climat et puis bagaille comme ça. C'est l'agence de la gouvernement assez en motion en valeur 1,616 400 $. Ça c'est l'argent mérité pour, comme on dit, pour développer bâtir plusieurs différents projets, particulièrement comme le Premier ministre a expliqué, c'est en place qu'on construit avec Lance-Laoué qui a affecté mauvais par de l'eau avec bagaille comme ça, changement climat qui a affecté ces places-là. Après ça, il y a aussi la motion pour tirer VAT à sous matériaux pour bâtir caille avec bagaille comme ça, avec même pas changer en particulier un ministère qui est responsable pour le ministère de la Santé, ça c'est même pas la main pour V4, not V4. Il a parlé en créole bien sérieux à ce manière gouvernement qui a essayé d'aider la situation en Jean pays pour tirer ça c'est VAT. Bon, depuis le gouvernement tire VAT, ça veut dire qu'il a fait plus à l'aise by Jean pays. VAT c'est 10. C'est 12% et demi associé matériel salaire avec ça veut dire il y a descendre plus bas. Après ça nous aussi ça c'est un bill, ça c'est premier c'est loi amendement pour loi c'est ça il va créer pour regarder situation en manière les affaires touristes là, ça c'est l'industrie touriste là, IONG avec Cocon, Premier ministre, avec loi ça là, amendement ça là, été présenté par le ministère qui est responsable pour les affaires touristes, honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire, avec il a dit ça qui a mené, ça qui le gouvernement a essayé de faire en Virginie, c'est pour faire assurer touristes, affaires tout le monde pas regarder les affaires touristes seulement qu'on boit la mer, mais c'est pour mener touristes, affaires et bien business, l'industrie tout partout en pays pour tout gens pays aider avec jouer un bénéfice en qualité baisa. Bill Salah et amendement Salah. Il y a une cause en Chai, c'est même parler à celui premièrement, nous tenons ça c'est chef façade opposition qui parlait pour tout le temps. Il parlait un peu avec vous ça il baille opinion avec manière Kawaii aussi il parlait avec nous aussi c'était un hod même parlement pour Babono. Il parlait à ce aussi, l'autre monde qui parlait à ce même Bill Salah et amendement Salah, c'était nous tenir même parlement pour moi c'est honorable Kensin Kazimi qui a représenté Agozile. Mais il était, comme on dit, il était bien chaud. Il était chaud tout vraiment d'atteindre Chai en parler débat sur ça. Mais nous pouvons finir et nous pouvons continuer demain. Mais vous dire, moi, ça, peut-être dire nous en anglais vitement, qui manière où session passée en anglais après.
Yes, after lunch, after the adjournment, there were basically two motions, as Michael explained, that generated, a lot of debate, and it had to do with the borrowing of money to guarantee a loan by the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority the minister responsible for infrastructure, that's the MP for Dennery South, Sean Edward, he said that the current location of the ports where both visitors and cargo are being accommodated had created a challenge, and there was need to move to another location because of the physical limitations of that current location of the port. Of course, the leader of the opposition, he was critical of the move, and also the second motion we saw that kind of generated debate, as Michael mentioned, was the extension for the VAT exemptions on building materials, and most of the members of parliament on the governing side, they saw and expressed appreciation for that motion, saying that it benefited people of their constituency. Many of them said, Michael, that their constituents who come to them on a weekly basis, the need is generally for building materials, for galvanized, for plywood, and so they really commended the Prime Minister for putting forward this motion. The leader of the opposition felt, however, the extension meant the extension of the VAT-free, the zero-rated status, or the VAT-free on those building materials. It meant that stimulus that the government had instituted in the past was not successful, and that it was a failure. But the Prime Minister, he countered and he was saying, in fact, there's a lot of shortage on building materials, reflecting a expansion, if you will, or construction boom that's going on all over the island. And of course, the final motions 9 and 10, as we said, dealing with the VAT. The Prime Minister also had extended the waiver on the removal of penalties for businesses and individuals that do not contribute that do not pay their VAT contributions, and he was saying that he's giving them an opportunity to give the government exactly what is due to the government in terms of the VAT collections, and that and they should meet their obligations to the government. And the period for the removal of the penalties on non-payment was up to December 2027. And of course, as Michael said, there was a final bill, a bill that was presented by the tourism minister, the MP for Cicero, Castries South, and that had to do with the restructuring of the St. Lucia Tourism Association. He said it was necessary that this organization be restructured to accommodate the needs of the markets and the vision for where the tourism industry is headed. So all in all, this is what happened in the period after the lunch break. We are so thankful that you stayed with us. As Michael said, the debate continues tomorrow, and so at 10, and so we hope that you shall join us tomorrow at 10 o'clock, starting at 10 o'clock, for the continuation of the debate as is listed on the order paper. Michael?
Eh bien, nous allons merci un peu avec nous compte de Virginie. Nous allons brancher puis nous demain, si Dieu veut, à 10h pour nous continuer la discussion à ce qui a passé en Caille Concite. Merci et une bonne soirée.